A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
David, you awake yet?
Yes, darling, what is it?
David, I've been thinking about Hartley and Julia's dinner party tonight.
Holy smokes, is there dinner tonight? Completely forgotten it. I have to be up in Connecticut today. It'll mean I'll be getting back late.
Do you think they really approve of me?
Oh, so. What do you care? You're married to me, not to them.
Don't be silly. When you marry the whole family.
Speaks the old married woman.
Julia always looks as though she'd been licked by a cat. David, would you like me if I were a little more soignée? That means smart and well togged out.
I know what it means, darling. Nothing doing. I like you just as you are.
You wouldn't like it if sometimes I looked as if I'd been licked by a cat?
You just try it and see what happens. Any more conversation with me will have to be conducted in the shower. I'll be late getting up to Connecticut.
David, you suppose they'll know?
Know what?
About the baby.
30 days has September, April, June, and... you mean the baby we're having next June?
Yup.
No, I don't think they'll know unless you tell them. Which, knowing you, is a positive certainty.
David, you know what?
Yes, I know what.
No, do you know what I forgot to tell you?
Come to think of it, I don't think I do. What?
Julia called yesterday morning. We have to dress for dinner. I don't know how I could have forgotten to tell you.
I suppose the baby took up so much of your time you didn't get around to it. Babies are demanding little devils.
Just think of how much time it'll really take when it gets here. And think of how much time it's going to take before it gets here.
What I'm thinking about this moment is the idea of getting dressed for dinner tonight. It gives me a swift pain in the neck. Why?
He's having some important guests. Mr. Carrington from Chicago.
Hartley mentioned him the other day. Will you tell me why people from Chicago, when they come to New York, want to dress for dinner? Or why people in New York feel they have to dress when they have people from Chicago dine with them? It's a vicious, barbaric circle.
Do you know you're getting in the habit of talking in circles?
I'm catching it from you.
Huh. Julia says I should make a special effort to look nice and make an impression on him.
Who?
This Mr. Carrington that you're going to dress up to meet. Julia says it's important for you as an architect.
I'll thank Julia to... Now, look, the only person you're supposed to make an impression upon is me. And the only thing that is important to me as an architect is to be a good architect. I don't like mixing business and dinner parties. How soon will breakfast be ready?
Just as soon as I get the coffee started and the eggs in.
And the orange squeezed and the bread sliced and the cat fed. I'll go along. Now, you run along or I'll splatter shaving soap in your eye.
You know, when we had only one bathroom in the apartment downstairs, we got started earlier in the mornings. This second bath will come in handy when we have the baby, though.
What are you doing today?
Oh, nothing much.
No more auctions?
No. I'm going to wash my hair for tonight, do some shopping for the house with Mama, and take a long walk. Dr. Rowland said I should take a long walk every day with the baby.
With the baby?
Of course with him. I couldn't very well leave him behind, could I? Oh, and bake a custard.
I don't like custard.
Neither do I.
Then why bake one? Get your practice on something we both like.
Oh, it's not for us. It's for Bertha's sister. She sprained her knee. Bertha's been so good to us.
Now, look, you cook custards for people who have temperatures or who can't take solid food. But you don't cook them for people with sprained knees.
Why not? If she has a sprained knee, she can't cook a custard for herself.
No, she couldn't marinate a herring either.
It's custard or nothing. I studied up on custards yesterday.
All right, darling, custard it is. It's the gesture that counts. You're a nice girl, and I love you very much.
David, now listen. Do you want your coffee and not be late for starting out? Or do you not want your coffee and be late?
You know, I almost see what you mean.
Two eggs. Add a cup of milk. Whip. Teaspoonful of vanilla. 3 of sugar. Pour in bowl. Let me see. Dust with nutmeg and put in moderately hot oven. Oh, the idiots. Why didn't they start out with a moderately hot oven? I forgot all about turning on the stove. Matches, 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 matches. If David doesn't stop stealing my matches. Oh, here they are looking right at me. I never knew it to fail. All right, I'm coming. Hello, Mama, you're earlier than I expected.
How do you feel this morning? Were you dizzy?
No, isn't that funny? Is it all right not to feel dizzy?
Perfectly all right. I was never dizzy with you until after you were born.
I'll be ready to leave with you in a few minutes.
Don't I smell gas?
Naturally you do. I just lit the oven.
Does it always smell like that? You ought to have Fritz check it. I'll look at it.
No, I will, Mama. For goodness sakes, I forgot to light it after all.
Well, don't now, Claudia. Be careful.
What should I be careful for? I do this every day of my life.
Oh. Claudia, are you hurt?
I think I'm killed.
Open your eyes. Can you see? Are your eyes all right?
I think so.
It's not something you have to think about, can you or can't you?
My eyes sting, that's all. What happened?
The oven exploded. You could have been burned to death, you little idiot.
But it never did that before.
It was never full of gas before. I warned you not to light it.
You don't think it hurt the baby, do you?
I'm sure it didn't. But I hope you get this sort of nonsense out of your system in the early months.
I smell something burning. It isn't me, is it?
No, you're not burning now.
What are you looking at me so funny for? What's the matter? Why are you crying, Mama?
I'm laughing.
Laughing?
You look so funny.
Well, so would you look funny if you were as scared as I am. Mama, what's that smell like a singed chicken?
I think it's you. Claudia, can you stand a terrible shock?
What is it? Oh, wait, I'm all full of soot and covered with custard. Oh, now I'll have to wash my hair this morning instead of this afternoon.
I'm afraid you haven't got enough hair left to wash.
What? Get out of my way. Let me look in that mirror.
You better close your eyes when you look. You won't be able to stand it.
Mama. Mama, I'm ruined. My eyebrows are gone.
So are your eyelashes.
Mama, what am I going to do?
I would suggest getting down on your knees and thanking the good Lord that you're alive and whole.
But the party tonight, and David seeing me like this, I'd almost rather be dead.
You don't look any worse than the day you were born. After all, you didn't have any hair or eyebrows then.
But David didn't want to marry me the day I was born.
Well, don't be so tragic about it. This will be a good test of his love.
And Julia's dinner party. Julia. Mama, that gives me an idea.
Pierre and Antoine. Yes, Mrs. Van Merrill. 4 o'clock. Yes, madame. Shampoo, set, manicure, and facial. Monsieur René will take care of the set, and Lucille will give you the facial. Goodbye, Mrs. Van Merrill.
Mama, you realize I've never had a facial in my life.
Well, I imagine that Mrs. Van Merrill has never had a custard pack and a complete singe in her life.
Is there anything I can do for you, madame?
Yes, please. I want an appointment with Mr. Pierre.
I'm afraid it will have to be Mr. René, madame. Monsieur Pierre only takes care of special cases.
But I'm a very special case. Man, I just see Mr. Pierre. It's very important.
He's very busy, but may I have your name?
Norton, Mrs. David Norton.
No relation to Mrs. Hartley Norton?
Why, yes, I'm her sister-in-law.
Oh, Mrs. Norton. Well, that's different. If you'll wait a moment, I'll call Monsieur Pierre.
Just the mention of Julia's name, and I inherit the beauty shop. Now you see what I'm up against for tonight.
Well, don't expect a miracle, although this place looks expensive enough for a miracle.
Look, here he comes. Isn't he a funny-looking little man?
Almost as funny as you are with no hair.
Ah, bonjour, bonjour. Good day, Madame Norton. For years I have taken care of your sister-in-law, Madame Hartley Norton. Such a charming, charming woman.
I'm having dinner with my sister-in-law tonight. Do you think you could make me presentable?
I would not say that you are not presentable, Madame.
You had better let her turn around into the light where you can see her before you make such a rash statement.
There.
La 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 la.
The stove blew up.
La la la.
Please stop saying la 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 la. Is it too bad for you to do anything about? Say something.
La 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 la. Too bad. It is perfect. It could not be more perfect. C'est magnifique. C'est merveilleux.
I don't understand.
But you have everything in your favor, but everything. No eyebrows, no eyelashes, no hair in front.
And that is good?
Oh, Madame misunderstands. It is that this is the opportunity of a lifetime. Madame is like a blank canvas to a painter, like a lump of wet clay to a sculptor.
This is making me feel better every minute. First I'm a singed chicken, now a lump of wet clay.
Madame still does not understand. Most women come to me saying, my eyebrows, my hairline, my eyelashes, make them all better. I would have to be their mother to make them better.
Whereas with my daughter, you start at the beginning.
Exactement. With her, we start from the beginning. Voilà, Madame. Now the face. Relax completely while I apply the cream. The eyes tight closed. Do not wrinkle the brow. C'est magnifique. You will not know yourself.
I have been waiting for exactly 2 hours and 10 minutes.
I'm very sorry, madame. Oh, here's your daughter now.
Where?
Coming right toward you.
Claudia, I'd never recognize you. What on earth are those whisk brooms on your eyes?
My false eyelashes.
And what's that frizz on your forehead?
My false curls.
Good heavens, what are those long red soda spoons on your
My
hands?
false nails.
Isn't there anything about you that's real at this point?
Oh, Mama, this is terrible.
Claudia, what on earth's the matter?
I'm afraid I'm going to sneeze.
Well, for heaven's sake, sneeze. At least that's natural.
But I'll fall all in pieces.
Ah, Madame, your daughter is divine. A dream, a vision of delight, n'est-ce pas?
She may be a vision of delight to you, but I don't know what her husband is going to say to this get-up.
Mr. Norton, he will adore it, I'm sure.
You don't know Mr. Norton.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. If the lady with the sharp elbows edges into your place at the counter, don't let shopping annoy you. Just step over to that familiar red cooler and have a refreshing, frosty, delicious Coca-Cola. You'll go on your way refreshed. Come to think of it, why not go to the refrigerator and get yourself an ice-cold Coke this very minute? Treat yourself, lady, to the pause that refreshes. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
First on the scene, crime photographer.
Got it. Look for it in the Morning Express.
CBS Radio brings you Crime Photographer, another adventure of Casey, ace cameraman of the Morning Express, who covers the crime news of a great city. Written for radio by Alonzo Dean Cole and played by Stocks Cotsworth, tonight's adventure, Source of Information. Early afternoon, the untidy photographer's room of the Morning Express. It empty now, except for Casey, who stands at a window frowning at the threatening wintry sky. Then the door opens softly and an old man enters. His face is unshaven, his clothing unkempt.
Hi. Casey?
Oh. Hello, Grove.
Nasty day outside.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're alone here, boy.
Look, Grove, I simply can't make you any more loans. I've lost track of what you got me for now, but it's at least a couple of hundred.
Oh, you got me wrong, Casey. I'm not here in search of financial assistance this morning. This afternoon.
No?
No. This time, unfortunately, my problems can't be solved by money. Casey, I've been robbed.
Robbed?
Of my life's work. My magnum opus. The expose that could rock this town to its foundations. The candid memoirs of my 40 years as a crime reporter.
Oh, you've been talking about that big expose for a long time, Pop. Did you ever actually put any of it down on paper?
It was almost completely finished, Casey. Well, good half of it was. Honest, boy, I'd written a lot. That is when my typewriter was out of hock.
Now the script's been stolen.
Yes. I went out last evening around 10 o'clock for, a couple of beers. I ran into friends and... Oh, nuts. No use trying to kid you. I got blotto and passed out. Woke up lying in a doorway somewhere and finally made my room about an hour ago. It had been ransacked and my manuscript was gone. Then I borrowed car fare and came straight to you.
Why to me?
Well, the cops wouldn't believe anything I told them. They know I'm a rummy.
And I don't.
I was once a great newspaper man. One of the greats. I could write an expose that had put a lot of this town's big shots behind bars.
Sure, but because you were a great newspaper guy, you'd never write the kind of stuff you've been threatening. You'd be ratting on a whole lot of people who gave you their confidence. You'd be divulging your sources of information. And drunk or sober, no top banana in our racket ever does that.
He might, when he's piled up the grudges I have.
I doubt it.
You don't realize what it is to be in the gutter and see guys whom you know are stinking rats riding by in their Cadillacs. Sons even sold out their own fathers and mothers.
I know. But you're a newspaper man, and you wouldn't betray your source of information.
Casey, my manuscript was stolen because somebody thinks I would disclose a source of private information.
You wouldn't even write it.
You don't know how sore a guy who's down and out can get. Oh, you're right in one way. No, I wouldn't let the stuff be published. I wouldn't let anyone even look at it. But I did write it, Casey. I did write it. I had to in order to get rid of some of the poison that's eating deep into my guts.
Who do you think stole that stuff?
If I told you that, I would be disclosing a source of information. I prefer to retain your good opinion.
Grove, are you leveling with me?
No. No, Casey, no. Nothing was stolen from me. Nothing that matters, that is. I was just building up for a touch. I figured if you thought I'd lost my memoirs of my life's work, which I haven't written and never will, you might be sympathetic enough for a 5-spot. Well, so long, boy.
No, wait. Here's the 5. I can't spare any more.
Thanks.
Now, look here. I was talking to a guy last night who wants some ghostwriting done. It's the kind of thing that you can bat out in your sleep. It'll pay good dough. You go see him.
Casey, I can't write anymore.
You can. No one who's ever been as good as you were has ever finished until they're dead. I'm writing the guy's name and address on one of my cards. Now, you give it to him.
Okay. Thanks again.
Forget it.
So long, boy.
Yeah. Grove, you were lying to me about those memoirs being stolen.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's been stolen from me. Nothing of any value can ever be stolen from me. So long.
So long, pal. I wonder. Oh, nuts.
You ain't got good sense, Casey. Why, I won't even let Grove Snyder come into this barroom. How you can let an old bum like him put the bee on you again just beats...
I didn't let him put the bee on me, Ethelbert. I merely mentioned that he dropped in to see me about half an hour ago, and you go off.
How much did he take you for this time, Casey?
He didn't take me for anything. What if I did pass him maybe 4 bits? So what? People like you and me, Annie, and you too, Ethelbert. You should be proud to know a guy like Grover Cleveland Snyder. You know, his byline was once the most famous in this country.
Sure, and then he drank it up. For the past 5 years at least, he couldn't have held a job on the Bingeville Bugle.
Okay, he's a bum and I'm a sap.
I wonder if he's ever wrote any of them memoirs he's always talking about. They should be real hot stuff.
Yeah, he certainly could tell all about some characters in this town.
Yeah.
Reporting and investigating crimes for 40 years, as he's always saying, he must have got the lowdown on a lot of seamy people.
And dangerous people, too. Hey, let's change the subject, huh?
Casey, what are you worried about?
Nothing. I'm not worried.
You act like you was.
Well, okay, then. I'm worried about the Dodgers. Listen, do you think they'll stand a chance next season?
Casey, that's a matter I've given a lot of thought to. Just a second. Oh, excuse me. Blue Note Cafe, Ethelbert, the bartender speaking. Oh, hello. Huh? Yeah, sure. Just a minute. It's for you, Casey.
City desk?
No, Captain Logan.
Logan?
That's what he said, and he was kind of snappy.
Gimme.
Well, Logan never calls here.
Hello? Yes, Logan. Why, just a little while ago, around 12:30. Yes? What? Where? Yeah, I'll join you right away.
What is it, Casey?
Old Grove has mooched his last dime.
What?
He's dead.
Oh, Grove.
Dead?
Shot 3 times through the stomach and once between the eyes.
Oh, but why?
Maybe because I didn't believe him at the right time and did believe him at the wrong time. He had a card of mine in his pocket. That's why Logan phoned me. Let's go.
And Casey, you believe now that Grove was telling the truth when he said those memoirs were stolen from his room last night?
Well, that seems to be the answer, Logan. Somebody who heard of Grove's threats to write an expose of all the inside stuff he knew didn't want something to become public. That somebody didn't realize that the old guy wouldn't and couldn't make confidential stuff public anyhow. And, oh, nuts, if I had only...
Look, Casey, quit blaming yourself. Well, I'd have reacted to Grove's story the same way you did.
Yeah, so would I, Miss Williams. So would anyone who knew the old moocher as we did, pal.
I suppose so. From what you've told me, Logan, this looks like the job of a professional rod man. Somebody hired him.
Yeah. The killer worked fast and effectively and then got lost in the crowd. Casey, you know where the old guy's rooming house is?
Yeah. It's a crummy joint up on 90th Street.
Now, let's go. I want to look at his room.
So do I.
See here, Captain. No crooked business has ever went on in this rooming house of mine, and I
Mrs. Brundage, one of your roomers has been murdered. And while my men are going over his room in there, it'll be best if you answer some civil questions without any further argument.
No, I never gotten a civil question from a cop. Where's the fire, you say, when I'm driving? Must you block the sidewalk, you say, when I'm standing? Will you keep back, you say, when I'm hooking?
Excuse me, Logan. Mrs. Brundage.
Yeah?
That's an uncommon name, isn't it, Brundage?
My late husband was an Englishman, born and bred in London. Brundage is an English name.
Really? It's a name you don't hear every day.
Well, ain't like Smith or Jones or Cohen. My maiden name was Gallagher.
What do you know? My name's Casey.
Is it now?
Mm-hmm. My mother was a Shannon.
Mine was a Flanagan.
Well. Do you mind if I shoot a picture of you?
I certainly do. What's your game, Mr. Casey?
Well, I'm a press photographer.
I say you're a con man, Blarney boy. And I'm not buying anything you've got to sell. But Captain Logan, you and I speak the same honest language. What is it you want to know about poor Grove Snyder?
Well, Mrs. Brundage.
Sit down, Blarney boy, and way back.
Okay, Annie. Will I ever hear the last of this?
Now, first, Mrs. Brundage, have you any idea when Snyder left his room last night?
I heard his typewriter going until, maybe 10 o'clock, Cap. If he went out, it was after that.
And when did he return?
I didn't see him till around 11:30 this morning.
Did he say anything to you then?
Yep. Said he'd been robbed and wanted to borrow 50 cents from me, which I'll never see again, and went out.
And you didn't touch anything in his room?
No. I just took a look at the mess inside and closed the door and locked it.
You know anything about the book he was writing?
Sure. He talked to everyone about it. He was going to turn this town inside out and make him $1 million, he said.
Have you ever seen his manuscript, Mrs. Brundage?
His what?
The accumulated pages he typed for his book.
No. But sometimes he typed all day and most of the night, and then he'd go on a bender, and I wouldn't hear his machine for a couple of weeks or more. Often it'd be in a pawn shop. That's all I can tell you about Grove Snyder, except he was a pest, a moocher, and a sorehead. But he was a real gentleman underneath, and I'm sorry he's gone.
Hey, Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
We finished with the room.
Good. Excuse me, Mrs. Brundage.
Certainly, Captain.
What'd you find, Sergeant?
A loose floorboard there. Underneath was this scrap of paper.
The corner torn from the typewritten page.
Mm-hmm. So the manuscript was hidden under the floorboard.
Well, that's my guess, Miss Williams.
Well, what's written on that torn-off corner, Logan?
There's nothing that makes sense. Just the end of a sentence. Ulti case was broken.
Ulti case?
Ulti. U-L-T-Y. It's merely part of a word that's been torn, Casey. The entire word could have been tumulty or faculty.
There's a good 4 inches of blank paper under those 3.5 words, so this was probably torn from the final or bottom page of the manuscript by whoever lifted it from that hole. Anything else, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. The boys and I picked up 22 cigarette butts off this floor. All of a brand the landlady said Grove Snyder never smoked.
Well, the thief must have been here an awful long time to smoke 22.
The thief and killer, Annie. He came here to get that manuscript and bump off Grove Snyder at the same time. The old man got too drunk to find his way home, and the killer had to get out before people in the house woke up this morning. So he picked up Grove later, tailed him, and shot him.
Yeah, I think that's how it was.
Here's a little thing we found that don't look as though it belonged to Snyder, sir.
Dice?
Only one.
Well, Grove never shot craps. He didn't gamble at all.
Nobody be gambling with that dice, Casey.
Crooked?
As a country road, Captain. Look. It always comes up 5.
You get a 6 with it, and you've thrown 11.
Or a 2 gives you 7.
And you can't throw snake eyes or double deuces or boxcars.
Hey, you couldn't put a raw cheater like that in a game. Even school kids would get wise to it after a few passes.
But a guy might carry it as a gag, a pocket piece, or a trademark.
Sergeant.
You reminded of somebody, sir?
Hialeah Sam.
Hialeah Sam?
There's a wanted on him in 4 states, Casey. He's a killer who'll work for anyone who'll pay his fee. You know, some crooks always wear polka dot neckties or in blue suits. Hialeah Sam is never without a pair of loaded dice in his pocket. Old-fashioned hick cheaters like this. They're his calling cards, his identification papers when he goes into new territory.
And he may be minus half a pair right now.
Yeah, that's the picture I see. Sergeant, get out a special alarm on Hialeah. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking. You got Hialeah Sam already? Oh, dead. Shot in the back, then tossed out of a car, huh? And half a pair of dice in his pocket that throws only 2s. That's just dandy.
We'll return to Crime Photographer in just a moment. Tomorrow night, Marlena Dietrich as Diane LaVolta unmasks a fake diplomat on Time for Love. It's a drama of international intrigue involving our roving young adventuress, Miss Lavolta, in a skiing episode that turns out to be deadly. Tomorrow night, CBS Radio's Time for Love will be loaded with thrills, and it'll be yours over most of these same stations. And now, back to Casey, crime photographer.
Then the murder case of Grove Snyder is right back where it started, huh, Casey?
Back behind where it started, Ethelbert. We had some leads, but with this Hialeah Sam bumped off, we got nothing.
Oh, well, even if the cops had found him alive, we'd have had nothing, Casey. Hired killers of his type don't talk.
I know. You know, the way that gunman was bumped off as a lead, Annie?
Oh, yeah?
It was just as unprofessional as the murder of Grove Snyder was professional. Poor old Grove had 4 shots pumped into him, all at vital spots. Hialeah Sam was shot only once. And the ME figures that he was still alive when he was dumped haphazardly out of a car and slowly bled to death.
Well, where's the lead to this one?
I'm looking for it. You know, in my book, somebody hired Hialeah Sam to steal Grove's manuscript and to bump the old guy off. But Hialeah wasn't able to do both jobs at the same time. Circumstances compelled a long wait, a wait longer than it takes a guy to smoke 22 cigarettes. And to kill time, he probably read Grove's manuscript.
Oh, and learned a lot of dirt about the person who'd hired him.
Say.
So the employer couldn't take a chance.
He killed Hialeah?
I think so, Ethelbert.
Yeah, well, who do you suppose the employer was?
Grove wrote about him, gave the lowdown on him in that expose.
Yeah, but the manuscript's gone, and Grove can't tell us what was in it.
He can give us a big hint. In the stuff that was published under his byline.
Casey, Grove Snyder was a crime reporter for 40 years.
He told me his memoirs were half completed, Annie. That'd cover the first 20 years, more or less. And he's been on the beach for around 5 years. We go through the files starting about 25 years
We
back.
go through the files?
Right now, in the Morning Express morgue, Annie. Come on.
Casey, you can't do this to me.
Ain't you even going to say so long? Reading back numbers of newspapers from 1930 back. But them were the good old days. 1930, 1929. What am I saying? Them were Prohibition days.
Ann? I found something. Look, come here and read this. September 15th, 1929. Today, former political power Big John Keston and his chief lieutenant Fred Ziggy Friedlander entered Woolstock Prison to begin serving the life sentences imposed on them for instigating the New Year's Eve massacre of the 4 McNulty brothers.
McNulty?
That torn scrap of paper, Annie. Ulti case is broke.
Yeah, I know. The McNulty Massacre is one of the great crime classics.
That's right. As I remember, the 4 McNulty brothers were big-time bootleggers who controlled all the liquor business on the South Side. And on New Year's Eve of 28, I think it was, they threw a big party at one of their joints, and when everybody was plastered, half a dozen masked men crashed the gate and shot several guards, and then lined the 4 McNultys up against a wall and cut loose on them with Tommy guns.
Oh, yeah, and a rival gang was first blamed for the killings.
That's right. That was a Carmine mob. But as usual during Prohibition days, the John Laws talked a lot and did nothing. And over a year went by, and then Grove Snyder got some information and broke the case wide open. It was one of his greatest scoops.
Yeah, and he got a journalism prize for the job he did.
That's right. I don't remember any of the details. Annie, get back to those files. Let's learn everything we can about the McNulty massacre.
And what did you and Miss Williams get out of boning up on the McNulty ancient history, Casey?
Had that Grove Snyder, through a source of private information that he, of course, refused to identify, secured evidence that sent 3 guys to the chair and 2 others to Woolstock with life sentences.
And Grove had to have bodyguards during the trial and for nearly a year after.
Big John Keston, the political boss who engineered the entire dirty mess, served his life sentence in 6 months. A heart attack finished him off. Ziggy Friedlander, his head stooge, got out on parole about a year ago. You may have something, Casey. Ziggy was the kind who never forgot a grudge.
Well, I've been checking on Ziggy Friedlander, pal, and he doesn't fit our picture.
Huh?
Now, he seems to have been a guy who played awful rough, but in accordance with the rules. I mean, he'd have knocked off Grove or his own brother to save himself and his boss from those life sentences, but after the book was thrown at him, he couldn't nurse a hate for a newspaper guy who played according to his set of rules.
Well, what's your idea?
Big John Keston had a son, an only child.
Yeah, I believe so.
You don't know much about him?
Nothing, as a matter of fact.
Well, I made it a point of learning something about him, and I'm going to learn more. Something old Grove said about sons who'd sell out their own fathers.
Yeah?
I made a date with John Keston Jr. tonight at his home. Afterwards, Logan, I'll let you know how it made out.
Hey, I don't get this.
I'm playing a hunch, pal, and if it's right, you'll have the solution to the murders of Grove Snyder and Hylia Sam.
Have a chair, Mr. Casey.
Thanks, Mr. Keston. Beautiful apartment you have here.
Oh, it's a little large for a bachelor, but I never liked cramped quarters. You're a newspaper man, you said when you phoned.
Yeah, Morning Express. We're alone here?
Yes. You, of course, want to interview me about the professional indoor tennis matches I'm sponsoring next month.
No, I'm here to talk to you about Grover Cleveland Snyder.
What is Grover Cleveland Snyder?
You don't know?
I'm not sure that I do.
He's the man who sent your father to prison.
Oh, that's Snyder.
Mm-hmm. And less than a week ago, the papers reported his murder.
I don't read crime news, Mr. Casey. Since you're familiar with my father's tragedy, you can imagine why I don't.
There's practically no limit to my imagination, Mr. Keston. You, of course, didn't know that Grove Snyder was writing the book.
No.
Or that the typewritten manuscript of that book was stolen from his room the night before he was killed.
My only knowledge of the man and his work dates back 25 years when I was a boy. He sent my father to prison on false evidence, and my father died there. My mother died, too, as a result of our disgrace. I've tried to forget your Mr. Snyder.
You weren't exactly a boy 25 years ago. I've been looking up the record.
All right. I was 26 years old then. What about it?
Nothing. Snyder talked a lot about the book he was writing, Mr. Keston, and you must have heard about it. The book was going to be an expose of the rottenness and rattiness Grove Snyder had encountered as a crime reporter.
Now, look here.
Yes, there was one thing that nobody knew about that half-finished book but Grove and me. That even the guy who had it stolen doesn't know now.
Well?
I'll tell you. The guy who stole the manuscript got only half of what his employer wanted. He found the original, but not the carbon copy.
Carbon copy?
Mm-hmm. Writers make carbon copies of what they write. I have the copy of Snyder's expose.
What do you want, Casey?
What am I offered?
Before we go into that, let's have some proof that you're telling the truth.
All right, how's this? You inherited $2 million when your old man died of a heart attack in prison. He was a big, strong-looking guy, but the docs told him to watch his step and avoid excitement because of his weak heart. And you knew of a way to provide lots of excitement. So you got acquainted with a famous newspaper man named Grover Cleveland Snyder.
You make me sound like a murderer.
Uh-huh. But your old man had a stronger ticker than you and his doctors thought. And it carried him through a long court trial and 6 months in jail, but it finally gave out. Didn't you find that story in your copy of the old Grove manuscript, Mr. Keston?
You've come here to blackmail me.
Have I?
But you're not going to get away with it.
What? Oh. Is that the gun you used on Hylia Sam?
Yes. And since you know about him, you know I use it well. He read that lying manuscript, too, and thought he could hold it over me. I want your copy, Mr. Casey. Where is it?
In my apartment.
We're going there right now, and you're giving it to me.
With that gun in your hand, what can I do?
Only what I tell you.
That's what you think.
What?
Drop your rod, Junior.
I have. Don't shoot.
Who are you?
Junior should know. Or has 25 years in stir changed me too much, Junior?
Ziggy Friedlander.
Uh-huh. And it's nice to meet up with you again after all this time.
You heard?
Yeah. I called while you was out to dinner, Junior. And as an old friend should, I let myself in. I wanted to look over your swell big flat in private. You see, I've been reading in the papers about the killings of Grove Snyder and that Hylia Sam. In a prison, I'd done an awful lot of thinking. Everything added up, Junior, but I wanted to be sure. Even very suspicious guys like me find it hard to believe that a son would sell out his father.
What are you going to do, Ziggy?
Do to a rat like you?
No, don't.
Hey, Ziggy, let the law have it.
When did I ever live with the law? It makes too many guys and too many mistakes for a guy like me. I don't make any.
Ziggy, no!
Friedlander.
Keep back, mister. This rod's got 3 more slugs in it.
And they're for me?
No. I've done the job I came to do, and though you didn't mean to, you helped me. I've heard about you, Casey of the Morning Express. You're pretty well known up in Woolstock.
Yeah?
A lot of guys there hate your guts, but they say you play according to the rules. You weren't pulling a blackmail on Junior. You had cops waiting downstairs for him, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, your cops are still waiting. And here's my rod to give them.
Ziggy.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm tired. I just paid a debt that's been eating me. And the only home I got is prison. If they put me in a death cell this time, well, that's according to the rules. Some guys learn how to really think in prison, Casey. I did. Come on, let's go.
Quite a character, that Ziggy Friedlander, Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, don't get sentimental about him, Ethelbert. He's a vicious, wild animal that's only been partially tamed by old age and long imprisonment in a cage, and he shouldn't have been let out of that cage.
I guess that's right, Miss Williams. Say, Casey, I'd like to read the hot stuff Grove Snyder must have wrote in his book. You think he might have really left a carbon copy of it?
Of course he didn't, Ethelbert. Old-time newspaper guys like Grove never made a copy of anything. He simply stuck a single sheet in a typewriter and banged away with a copy boy waiting beside him to grab each page and rush it to the desk. I figured Keston wouldn't know about that.
And Grove Snyder speaking to you about rats who even sold out their own fathers and mothers gave you the idea?
Well, it helped. But Ziggy Friedlander figured Keston, too, and without that lead.
But it took him 25 years to do it.
Well, your pal Casey's a very bright guy, Ethelbert.
Oh, sure, and you're a modest violet. You know what your bright pal Casey is called in certain quarters, Ethelbert?
What, Miss Williams?
Blarney boy.
Blarney boy?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it.
I knew that was going to be brought up sometime.
You've been listening to Crime Photographer, played by Stocks Cotsworth and written for radio by Alonzo Dean Cole, based on the original character created by George Harmon Cox. With Jan Miner as Anne, John Gibson as Ethelbert, Bernard Lenrow as Captain Logan, Lou White's original music, and Teddy Wilson as the Blue Note pianist, Crime Photographer is produced and directed by John Dietz. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another fast-moving adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer. Tomorrow night on CBS Radio's Junior Miss, Judy, she's our Junior Miss, as you may know, gets into a dither but deaf as her girlfriend Fuffy and she disagree on how to study for final exams. Another teapot tempest with loads of laughs in the brewing thereof. Tomorrow night on most of these stations, Junior Miss. Don't miss it. Gangbusters go into action Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
you're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable. Good. The book is on the shelf. Yes, here it is. Death Blew Out the Match. A very absorbing story of death and mystery on a small island. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was an evening early in May, and the waters around the Cape, just off the coast of Massachusetts, were buried under a fog as thick and as massive as any you'd want to see. Moving cautiously, a small boat makes its way slowly toward one of the islands off the Cape. In the boat, there are Elisha McCumber and Ann Waldron.
Well, this is something. I'm glad we're almost there.
Yep. You been scared, Miss Waldron?
Oh, not scared, Elisha, but if I hadn't bumped into you in New Bedford, I'd have spent the night there. Not even Noah himself could have persuaded me to take a boat ride in this fog. What's new on the island?
Oh, nothing much. Unless you're counting a mysterious stranger.
Mysterious?
Calls himself David Highland. Gets mail from New York, Washington, Boston, but near every day. Nobody knows what's in it. He don't talk.
Maybe he's an ex-sailor with a sweetheart in every port.
This could be. But I'm chairman of the Board of Selectmen, and it's my duty to keep the peace on that island.
You've always managed, Elisha. What else is new?
Leonard Case is there, too.
Leonard?
Yep. 4 weeks now.
Then Myra Van Wyck must be there.
She ain't. I guess Mr. Case will be mighty glad to see you, Miss Waldron.
Why should he be glad?
I reckon the fella gets pretty lonesome with a plaster cast on each leg.
Plaster cast, Leonard?
Got both his legs broken in an automobile accident a few months ago. I figured you might know about it.
No. No, I didn't know. Elisha, are you sure Myra isn't on the island?
Mm-hmm. You're still sweet on the fella, ain't you?
He doesn't mean a thing to me.
Maybe not. But summer last year, when Mr. Case turned from you to that Van Wyck woman, yep. I was mighty glad the season ended without a killing.
Thanks very much, Elisha. I'll go the rest of the way alone.
Oh, I don't mind taking you to your door, Miss Waldron.
You don't have to. I'll just follow this path around Myra Van Wyck's house, and that'll take me right home. Good night, Elisha. And thanks for everything.
Good night, Miss Waldron. Be careful.
Maybe I should have... Oh, well. Nothing ever happens here. What's that? Leonard. That's Myra's house, and it's closed tight. Someone's coming this way. Someone...
Hello. Fancy meeting you here.
Who are you? What do you want?
You sound like a native. Suppose I answer your first question first. Who am I? David Highland.
Highland?
Why don't you call me David? Then I can call you...
Ann Waldron.
Ann. Lovely. Your house is about 200 feet from here, isn't it?
Yes.
You expect to live there alone?
What business is it of yours?
Just this. You won't tell anyone that you met me tonight, will you?
I won't.
That's what I said. Because if you do, one of us will become very useless.
Hey, Mr. Case, there's a dame here to see you.
Dame? Show her in, sir.
Okay, Tootsie. Help yourself to the board. But don't make him nervous. He's in a very delicate condition.
Anne! Oh, Anne, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
Hello, Leonard.
You look beautiful. More beautiful
Hey,
than
Mr. Case, is it all right if I take the car and go for a drive into town?
Yes, beat it. Go any place.
I'll pick up some chow for the icebox while I'm there. You got a couple of preferences, maybe?
Buy anything you like, but for Pete's sake.
Okay.
Don't look so surprised, Ed. The guy saved my life. Pulled me out of the wreck before the car went up in flames. Hang it if he doesn't turn out to be the best cook and butler this side of the Atlantic. I was hoping you'd come in.
You were? What do you mean?
I knew you were on the island.
Oh, Elisha told you.
No, I saw you.
From here?
Mm-hmm.
But my house is... Leonard, what have you done to this room?
You like? I had these walls ripped out and the glass put in their place. Now, I don't miss a trick. I simply look through this telescope, and the island has no secret.
I see. Leonard, when is Myra coming?
She isn't.
Too busy in New York?
I hope so. The fact is, Myra and I are washed up. Silly, isn't it?
Is it?
The crazy thing about it is that I really thought I loved her. I must have been out of my mind.
Did you marry her?
It wasn't that crazy, Anne.
What's that crawl in your bed?
And I want you to meet Mabel, my little helpmate. When Sam's away, Mabel does the little odd jobs that make me comfortable. Watch. Mabel, my pipe. Oh, you're slipping, old girl. You forgot my tobacco pouch. Thank you. Now you may go out and get your lunch. And don't dig up anyone's garden.
For pity's sake, where did you pick that up?
Myra gave it to me.
Wow. Everyone to his taste. I don't think I... What's that?
What?
On your bed. It's a buckle off a woman's shoe.
Well, what do you know? Thing that bird will bring home with her.
Wait a minute, Leonard. I've seen this buckle before. Haven't you?
Haven't I? Why, I don't remember.
That's Myra's.
What are you talking about? Myra's in New York.
Oh, we'll soon find out. Give me that telescope.
But, Hello? Yes, she's here. Would you like to talk to her? Uh-huh. What? Good heavens, of course I'll tell her right away. Anne, you can stop looking.
What is it, Leonard?
Myra's here on the island. Elisha McCombie just phoned. He wants you to go over to her house. She's been murdered.
Elisha?
Eh? Oh, Miss Waldron. You got here pretty quick, didn't you?
I can't believe it. Myra's dead. When did it happen?
Sometime last night.
Last night?
Coroner says it must have took place between 11 and 12.
That's impossible.
Is it? Why?
Well, it was close to 12 when I left you. I took the path that runs around this place. The house was locked up.
Did you look to see?
No, there was no reason for me to look. You yourself told me Myra wasn't on the island.
I reckon I was wrong, Miss Waldron. Miss Van Wyck must have got here while I was in New Bedford.
And that must have been it.
What was that, Miss Waldron?
The door. As I was passing by here last night, I heard the door open and close twice.
Of course, you didn't see anyone, did you?
As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Too bad. Would you like to see the body?
Must I?
It can't hurt you. It's right there in the living room. Come along. There she is, just like I found her.
Oh, her head's almost in the fireplace.
Yeah. She was just about to light the fire with that match when death blew it out. You got any idea what killed her?
I? Well, why should I?
I thought you might have. It was cyanide of potassium.
Oh, how awful.
Uh-huh. But there's one thing that puzzles me, Miss Waldron. How did the killer get her to take it?
I don't know, Elisha.
There ain't a sign of a struggle in the room, and there ain't a mark on her body. Cyanide works like lightning. That means she was killed right here in this room.
But, Elisha, you keep talking about murder. How do you know it wasn't suicide?
Of course, I ain't never seen a corpse that get up dispose of the evidence.
Maybe she chewed it.
Huh? How would you be knowing about that, Miss Waldron?
That piece of gum near the fireplace.
I guess I must be slipping. Now, we'll see what the coroner has to say about this gum.
It was suicide, Elisha. I'm sure of it.
Why?
Ask Leonard. He can give you all the facts.
I'm asking you, Miss Waldron.
I don't know them. Now, why did you send for me?
I wanted to hear what you had to say in the presence of the corpse.
But why me?
To my way of thinking, Miss Van Wyck was murdered. And I thought maybe I ought to have a talk to one person that had both motive and opportunity. That's you, Miss Waldron.
Well, are you trying trying to break down the door?
I must see you, Mr. Highland.
All right. Would you like to look at me here, or would you rather come in?
I'll come in.
Sit down.
No, thanks. Mr. Highland, what were you doing out in the fog last night?
You won't call me David, will you?
Will you answer my question, please?
Sure. What were you doing out in the fog last night?
I was going home.
So was I. That makes us even, doesn't it?
Not quite. Myra Van Wyck's been murdered.
What? You don't say. On this quiet, peaceful island? Did you tell anyone you met me?
No.
Good girl. Yes. Always play it smart.
But I will, Mr. Highland.
Will you? Would you like to hang for the murder of Myra Van Wyck?
What?
Suppose I told Elisha that I saw you coming out of her house last night.
But you didn't.
How do you know I didn't?
I didn't go in after I left you. I went right home.
Can you prove it?
Can I? Now, look here, Mr. Highland. What are you trying to do?
I don't want you to make any mistakes. You protect me, and I'll protect you.
You killed Myra.
Don't point, Miss Waldron. It's bad manners.
Why did you do it? All right. I'm going to find out, Mr. Highland. And what you came to this island for. And when I do...
Yes?
That letter on the desk. That's Myra's handwriting on the envelope.
Put it down.
Mailed from New York yesterday.
Give it back.
Didn't have to break my arm.
I'm sorry. It's such a pretty arm, too. And that's such a pretty neck.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. If you say one word about this letter to anyone, I'm going to put a rope around that neck for keeps.
Leonard, what am I going to do? Elisha thinks I killed Myra. And I can't prove that I didn't.
And I know you didn't, no matter what you thought of Myra. Oh, Elisha was here. I told him that she wanted to marry me, but, well, I couldn't do it.
Then she loved you?
I'm afraid so.
Leonard, it's possible then that Myra committed suicide.
No, just before you came in, Elisha phoned me. That piece of gum you found, there was no poison in it.
Oh.
Don't worry, darling. We'll find a way to get you out of it.
But, Leonard, who left that gum there?
A killer, no doubt. Listen, Anne, what about David Highland?
Who?
Don't pretend you don't know him. I saw you with him a little while ago.
You saw me?
Mm-hmm. This telescope.
Oh.
Why did you go to his house?
I can't tell you.
All right. Then maybe you can tell me what you and he were wrestling over. It was a letter, wasn't it?
Leonard, please don't ask me.
Wasn't it?
Yes, from Myra.
Myra? Well, what's he got to do with you?
I don't know. But, promise you won't tell anyone. Leonard, you must promise.
Why?
Well, just promise, that's all.
All right, dear. Well, we've got to know what was in that letter.
Yes, but how are we going to get it?
I'll keep my telescope trained on his house. When David Highland goes out, I'll tell Sam. Shut up, Mabel.
Mabel. Leonard, that shoe buckle she brought in here this morning.
Yes?
That was Myra's. Oh, what a dunderhead I am. Why didn't I see it before?
See what?
Where did Mabel find that buckle? Certainly not in Myra's house. She must have found it outside somewhere. Don't you see what that means?
Uh-huh. That Myra wasn't killed in her own house. Hey.
Now all we have to do is find out where she was killed. Leonard, how well have you got that crow trained?
Pretty well. Why?
That buckle. If you told her to put it back where she found it, would she do it?
I don't think so. She's not that smart.
Oh.
Besides, it's been hours since she brought it here.
All right. Then that letter from Myra might tell us what we want to know. I want to know the minute that man goes out. Now, let me see. The desk. Oh, he would keep it locked. I don't think he'd be so careless as to leave it under the chair cushions. Now, that would be too obvious. Oh. Hello?
Anne.
Oh, what is it, Leonard? Is he coming back?
I haven't seen him, but it's getting dark, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep watch for you much longer.
I can't leave now. I've got to find that letter.
But it might be dangerous. Suppose he walks in on you.
Well, I'll have to take that chance. Hold the wire. I'll go look some more.
All right, but hurry.
Chair cushions? Oh, no, of course not. That liquor cabinet. Who would think of looking in a liquor cabinet for a letter? Only it didn't get dark so that... There. Hello, Leonard.
Any luck, Ann?
Plenty. I've got it.
Bring it over here right away.
Leonard,
Well, what's the matter? Well, why don't you get out of there?
I'm afraid it's too late. Oh, Leonard, send for Elisha McComber quick.
Is it Highland?
I can't see. It's dark. Get Elisha.
Ann!
Hey, you, Mr. Highland.
Huh? Why, Elisha McComber? What's all the excitement about?
And where do you think you're going?
I'm not thinking, Your Honor. I'm going for a walk.
Where's Miss Walden?
Ann? She's supposed to be here?
Yeah. Let's go into your house.
All right, if you like. While we're doing that little thing, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
In time. Where is she?
I don't know. When I left for the village, the house was empty. When I came back, it was still empty.
She spoke to Mr. Case on the phone from here.
Really? Well, perhaps I should lock my door when I go out. Do you think my neighbors would disapprove?
Ain't none of my business. But this matter of Miss Waldron. Mr. Highland, would you be a gum-chewing character?
Gum-chew? Sometimes. When I want to get rid of a bad taste.
How did you get rid of the gum? Spit it out on the floor?
What do you mean?
Over there, by that table.
Well, I'll
Maybe
be...
you will, a lot sooner than you'd be expecting. Are you ready to talk about Miss Waldron?
Of course. Yes, I think she's beautiful. I think she's a charming girl. Now, if she were only a bit more friendly...
Is that all you've got to say?
No, but for the moment, it'll have to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe you'd better come with me.
Where?
To Miss Van Wyck's house.
Why there?
Me and my boys have given that place a mighty fine once over. Somebody that done a killing could think that we'd have no more reason to go back there. But we have, Mr. Highland. Come on.
Well, are you satisfied, Elisha? There isn't a trace of Ann Waldron upstairs or even down here in the cellar.
I ain't through looking yet, Mr. Highland.
Where do you expect to find her? In the coal bin?
Maybe. Hand me that shovel.
All right, but I...
On the other hand, maybe you better do the shoveling.
Hmm?
I can keep an eye on you that way.
Well, anything to make a select man happy, especially if he's the chairman of the board.
You're a mighty calm young fella, ain't you? Pretty sure of yourself.
I was brought up right.
What do you know about Miss Van Wyck?
She's dead.
The postman mentioned you got a letter from New York this afternoon. It was in a woman's handwriting.
I get lots of letters.
From dead people?
And you can never tell about that, Elisha. Sometimes you can swear a person is alive, and then after you've known him for a while, you...
But this
change your
letter,
mind.
Mr. Highland, the postman had an idea it was in Miss Van Wyck's handwriting, from what he remembers of her handwriting.
I didn't kill her. That's what you're leading up to.
Yep, that's what I'm leading up to. You got that letter?
Nope.
Now, suit yourself, Mr. Highland. You don't have to talk now.
Wait a minute. That suitcase, it was buried in the coal.
Well, I'll be swan. Open. Jumping G horses. Jewels.
Diamonds.
That must be $1 million worth. So that's it. That's why Miss Van Wyck was killed.
Uh-huh.
She come back here too soon. Whoever was hiding this stuff here figured that she'd be in New York, maybe. And maybe not, Mr. Highland.
No?
Maybe that person knew she was coming back. Maybe him and Miss Van Wyck were sort of partners in a business that wasn't legal. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Highland?
I don't know. I don't go in for guesswork.
How about cyanide of potassium?
You're singing way off key, Elisha.
But you've got the right tune, ain't you? Put your hands up, Mr. Highland.
All right.
Now, just you walk up them stairs. And no monkey business, my friend. I got an eye like an eagle.
Operator, 124.
Hello.
Elisha, this is Leonard Case. You found Ann Waldron?
No.
Oh, good heavens, what are you doing about it?
I got searching parties out all over the island.
But what about David Highland? From his house that she called for help.
He'll talk, Mr. Case, about Miss Waldron and about Miss Van Wyck, too.
You mean that he killed Myra?
Yeah? Well, Mr. Case.
Yes?
The folks here in the village tell me your car's been parked all day by the general store.
I know. My butler, Sam Ray, took it this morning. Send him back if you see him, will you?
Ain't nobody seen him since 2 o'clock this afternoon. I reckon you'll have to be advertising for a new butler, Mr. Case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Sam wouldn't quit me without notice.
Maybe not, but he ain't on the island.
Okay, sister, on your feet. Shut up. We're going to take a ride now in the open sea. Fresh air and just enough fog to keep me and you out of sight. Nice, isn't it? The way that fog comes in over the water. Perfect hideout. Even better than this stinking old tool shed. Tough, ain't it? You got so much to say, but that gag don't let you. Yeah. Okay, get going. Right down to the boat. Then maybe when we get way out in the ocean, I'll tell you a nice, interesting bedtime story. Okay, baby, this is it. Yeah, you're dying to talk, ain't you? Okay, I'll take off the gag. Yeah, you can scream, too. There ain't a soul around here to hear you, 8 miles offshore.
Sam Ray, when Leonard Case finds out about this...
What's he gonna do, fire me?
What have you got against me? Why did you bring me out here to kill me?
I don't like snoopers, baby.
But I was only trying to protect myself. Elisha McConville suspected me of killing Myra Van Wyck. I didn't do it. I had to find out who did.
So you went after a letter?
I thought it might give me a clue.
Yeah.
Did that letter contain any evidence, Sam?
Plenty.
What kind of evidence?
You're sure a dame, ain't you?
You can't be afraid to tell me now. I'll never have a chance to... Will I?
How right you are.
Well, are you going to tell me, or aren't you?
Baby, that letter meant the difference between $1 million and zero. That Highland guy...
Then he was mixed up with the death of Myra.
Shut up.
What's the matter?
Listen. There's a boat out there. You make one sound.
You listen.
Are you dirty little... Yeah. I'm going to finish you off right now and get out of here.
Get away from him, Miss Baldwin. Get out of that boat.
Go ahead, Elisha. Go ahead. And that's the whole story, Leonard. If it hadn't been for Elisha, I'd be at the bottom of the ocean now.
Man, darling, I don't know what to say to you. I feel as though it's all my fault.
Nonsense.
Oh, but Sam worked for me. I trusted him. How was I to know that he was a diamond thief and that he killed Myra? He did kill Myra, didn't he, Elisha?
I reckon so. We got in the way of knowing now with him at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, all I can say is thanks for saving Anne. Now, how about a party to celebrate? Sam gone, I guess we'll have to rely on Mabel to do the honors. Mabel! Candy, Mabel, for the lady. If she could only cook. Mabel!
Oh, she flew out the window. Leonard, she's flying toward Myra's house.
Candy for the lady, eh, Mr. Kane?
I don't understand what got into that bird. She's never disobeyed orders.
And I reckon she ain't disobeying them now. She's flying to the only lady she knows. All right, Mr. Case, you can talk now. If you got a mind to.
But I got nothing to say.
That's your privilege. But you killed Myra Van Wyck by sending that bird out last night with a piece of poisoned candy. And you done it because you knew the lady would take the candy from the bird, maybe as an omen of reconciliation. Miss Waldron, did you know that Mr. Case and Miss Van Wyck was husband and wife?
Married?
Yep.
I asked the police in New York to do a routine check on Miss Van Wyck, and they come up with the dope.
Leonard.
All right, so what? I didn't want her around. I told her to stay away from the island, to leave me alone.
And she had good reason to. She might have found them diamonds in her coal bin. That would have been too bad, wouldn't it? For you.
David?
Anne. Well, what brings you down to the beach at this hour of night?
You. And some of the things you can explain to me about Leonard.
Oh. Well, Leonard Case was a smuggler. Sam Ray worked for him. So did a lot of others. It was my job to round up the gang from the top down.
Your job?
Mm-hmm. I'm an agent of the Treasury Department.
Oh. Well, that tells me a lot.
Oh. Well, that's why I had to be so tough with you on occasions. I couldn't take the chance of being implicated in a murder. I would have had to explain my position to Elisha.
But he's an officer of the law.
Rounding up a gang of smugglers was my job. Finding a murderer was his.
Yes. But what about that letter you received from Myra?
That, my dear, was an authorization for me to enter her house and search it.
Oh. Oh! What a... Oh.
What a little dope you are.
Mr. Highland.
David. Come on, let's take a walk.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Death Blew Out the Match, based on the story by Kathleen Moore Knight. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. Well, I'm the librarian. Yes. Come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story about a murderer who was revealed by postage stamps. It's called For the Hangman. In the meantime? Well, in the meantime, there's a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Mm-hmm. It's available now. Quite all right. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came to you from New York. Mutual's Mystery Hour continues immediately after station identification with a casebook of Gregory Hood. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Yes, please. Anything else, please?
What do you got so far?
Lady, order one chow mein, one roast pork, one fried rice. What the gentleman have?
Tell the cook I want some din yip par.
Sorry, please. Din yip par, not Chinese dish. I never heard din yip par.
You tell the cook what I said.
Yes, please. I tell him.
That's all I got to do, argue with a Chinese waiter.
Oh, why should he be different? You argue with everybody.
Keep up that kind of talk, and I go to work on you, Georgie.
Well, anything will be better than just sitting here staring at you. Hey, what is this din yip ha you ordered? I never heard of it either.
Who cares what you heard of? I bet you never heard of the Declaration of Independence.
Sure I did, but you didn't order that.
Oh.
Johnny.
What?
What's got into you lately? You're either picking a fight or you clam up so tight I don't know whether I'm better off if you talk or not.
You're better off when you don't ask questions. Johnny, what's this din yip ha you ordered? What's the difference what it is? You don't have to eat it.
Maybe I'd like it.
Maybe I'd like to bust that pretty nose of yours, but I ain't going to. Stop battling with me. I got troubles.
You got troubles. I got troubles. Living in a crummy flat, eating in a crummy joint.
This joint's crummy. You know what that stuff I ordered is going to cost me?
I don't know nothing according to you. How should I know?
It's going to cost me $15,000. Just for that din yip har you wanted to know so much about.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were here.
America's foremost private investigator takes nothing for granted. He sees me from the door of his private office, but he must make sure it's I by calling me.
I hadn't seen you, my dear. Besides, what good's a private investigator if he's not investigating?
Ask me sometime after business hours, and I'll answer that. Only the way you've been working, there's no such thing as after business hours.
Doesn't look like any relief is in sight, Ellen. That fellow Markham mentioned call yet?
No, and he hasn't shown up. What's his case, Vance?
The district attorney called to tell me there was a jewel robbery in Chinatown last night.
Oh?
A man was murdered during the course of the theft, and the police have no idea who did it.
And so Markham has asked you to help.
Yes, but he's given me an assistant. Some bright young Chinese fellow the district attorney uncovered. I'm taking him with me when I go investigating the crime.
I'll wear my hair in a queue if you take me.
I'll take that matter under advisement. Let me know, will you?
Hi, Jake. Boss man around? I'm Lee Wong. Got my boots laced and raring to travel, as he's expecting us.
He was expecting somebody, but I doubt whether you're what he expected.
Come in, Mr. Wong. In here to my private office.
Read. Thanks, lady. Be seeing you.
At least he didn't whistle at me. Well, I guess I'd better get back to work.
Well, Vance, here I am. Markham sent me. I'm supposed to take orders from you. Slip them to me, boss man.
Well, Mr. Wong,
You can skip that Mr. Wong stuff, Vance. Name's Lee. I'm Chinese, but I was born, raised, and educated here, so I talk like a real American.
I think to believe that. Lee, do you know what I'm going to work on?
Natch. That robbery and murder down in Chinatown. That's why I'm here. I know the section backwards.
Well, that's hardly the way to approach a case, but I have an idea we'll do all right together. Would you like to visit the scene of the crime with me now?
Sure, only there isn't much sense to it. The cops have kicked around anything that we might pick up.
Perhaps you're right. Lee, why don't you meet me in Chinatown tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? What goes with tonight? With right now?
I have a plan about tomorrow night. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's a plan that will bring us the murderer.
What? You haven't been to the scene of the crime, don't know the dead man, don't even know what jewels were stolen, and you think you can drag in the killer?
I think so.
Darn clever, these Americans.
Oh, look, Sylvain, you stop griping about your cut. We got a good thing going for us. It's a swell place to stash hot jewelry till I get ready to pick it up. If we have a fair deal, I'm not changing it.
No? Well, maybe you change your mind, Johnny.
All right. Nobody'd think of looking in the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant for this stuff, but we'll argue about a better deal later. Right now, I want to... Wait a minute. Oh.
One chaptui, one mugugutan, one lumen.
Hola.
Song kahayo kayat.
Wela.
Yang kajo wela mukia yo so.
Get rid of him in a hurry. That, Uhuila means get lost, doesn't it?
Something like that. What is it you want to tell me?
Well, just this. I got a real big deal planned for tonight. We'll run it just the same as always. I'll see that stones get to you.
Yes?
You hide them till I come in the front of this place, just like any customer, and order din yip pie, like always.
And why you steal this time?
20-carat diamond from one of your merchants. There's a piece in the paper about it this afternoon. Now, you just be ready to grab it when I get it to you.
Will do.
And, Su Ling, remember, when you get it, keep it for me. Don't hoo-wee-law.
This is your attorney, Markham, speaking.
This is Vance, Markham.
Well, hi, Vance. How'd you like the job I did in the newspapers for you this afternoon?
Excellent. That's what I'm calling about. Thank you very much for your help.
Don't thank me. It's you that's trying to help me solve that Chinatown murder. Oh, by the way, how was that Lee Wong chap I sent you?
He's quite a young man, Markham.
That he is. Refers to himself as a hep Chinese. It's kind of a perfect description, I'd say. I imagine it'll be of help to you.
I imagine so. I'm meeting him late tonight in Chinatown. With the assistance of the story you planted in the newspapers and a venerable old gentleman named Lo Si, plus whatever help your young friends can give me, I hope you wrap up this case of yours as tight as an egg roll.
Sure glad that car came past just now, Vance. It was awful lonesome down here in the shadows.
I know what you mean, Lee. But hiding here is part of my plan. If the thief we're looking for rises to my bait, we'll be out of here very soon.
What kind of bait are you talking about?
I persuaded Lo Si, who owns that house across the street, to bring out of its hiding place a 20-carat diamond, which he placed on exhibition in his home after announcing the fact to the newspapers through the district attorney.
Hey, you're pretty hep yourself, Vance. That'll bring the thief out into the open, all right. But why do you figure it'll bring him out tonight?
2 reasons. One of them is that after his robbery and murder of the other night, he'll want to leave town. But he'd like to leave with Lo Si's diamond.
Oh, and the second reason?
That car parked across the street. There's a girl in the driver's seat, and the engine's running. I think we're on the right track.
That means we get some action. Good. Only
what?
Holy cow. I was supposed to help you on this case, and so far I haven't done anything.
I'm sure if I needed help, you'd have been very valuable.
Gee, thanks for that. Sometimes I... Hey, thanks.
I see what you mean. Man just leaving Lo Si.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Right you are.
We gotta get him before he hits that car. Hey, you, stop! At least we scared off the dame in that car. I'll catch that guy, Vance. I'm a track man.
I'm right with you. We ought to get him before he hits the bottom of that stoop.
Leave him to me. He's my meat. You ain't going anywhere, brother. Oh, no. No.
Give me a chance to get in this, Lee.
Turn him around this way. Come on, Vance. Close in. I'm holding.
You're holding nobody, and for this, Vance, I'm making him a present of you.
Oh, ow.
It's right. Almost knocked the wind out of me.
I'm sorry, Vance. He shoved me into you. Come on, let's get after him.
No point in that, my young friend.
What? Are you kidding? After all these gimmicks are cooked up, you're going to let him get away?
Not at all. The police have this block surrounded. I venture to say the young lady in the car is in custody by now, and so is the fellow you were battling with.
Well, knock me down and call me Flatso. You really do things right, don't you, Vance?
I'm not sure yet. I planned this so that the thief could steal Lo Si's diamond. I'm pretty certain he did, judging by the fact that he was coming out of Lo Si's house at this hour, and the fact that he had a getaway car already. But
what?
But I still won't know if my plan is successful until the police find Lo Si's diamond on him.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Sure would make you a schmo if the diamond was stolen. The police did pick up the guy, and he didn't have the stone. That would make you a schmo.
Yes, I imagine it would. But let's not anticipate that possibility right now. If Markham and the police have done their work, they'll have our friend and his getaway girl safely at headquarters very shortly. That's where I'm headed to find out a couple of things.
One of them, of course, is to find out whether they have Lo Si's diamond. What's the other?
To find out whether or not I'm a schmo.
Now, listen, both of you. We caught you fleeing from the scene of a crime. I've got enough on both of you to send you to jail for 10 years.
Listen to the D.A. rage, Georgie.
Yeah. I bet he likes to hear himself make speeches.
Apparently, talking isn't going to do me any good, is that it?
I guarantee if it ain't, it's close.
What were you doing running along Chang Street an hour ago?
I'm an ex-athlete. I like to keep in condition.
You, young lady, What were you doing parked in a car in front of Low C's house with the motor running?
I was taking a nap, and then all of a sudden I discovered I was parked in front of a fire hydrant, so I sprang.
Oh.
Well, what do you want me to do, break the law?
I want you to tell the truth. You, Johnny Malloy, you've got a record.
That's right.
There was a robbery at Low C's house tonight. You were seen running away from there.
Sure. I know the whole thing. I was running away. You caught me before I hit the end of the block, and you searched me. But did you find this diamond that's supposed to be missing? No.
Did Low C, whoever he is, identify Johnny as the man who robbed him? No.
The robber wore a mask, but it had to be you, Malloy. We know it must have been you.
And where's the diamond?
Well, you might have thrown it away as you were running.
Get smart, D.A. But I know there were cops at the end of the block waiting to grab me. If I made that height, would I toss that stone in the street?
All I know is... Vance, come in. Well, Vance, this is the result of your plan. You have this man and his girlfriend. They both deny they had anything to do with the robbery of Low C, and we can't prove they did have.
You didn't find the diamond on him?
No, and Low C can't identify him either.
Maybe I can.
Well, just how are you going to identify me?
You forget I saw you leaving Low C's house. But I was standing next to you when you tried to get away from my friend, Lee Wong.
What do you mean, tried to get away?
What's your answer to that, Malloy?
Well, I'll tell you. I went to call on Low C. I rang the bell. There was no answer. I was coming down the steps when two guys jumped me. I didn't know who they were, so I slugged it out with them, shoved one guy into this Vance here, and I beat it.
Nice going, John.
Hey, thanks.
Well, Vance, what do you think? I could lock both of them on suspicion, but I really don't have anything on them that I can make stick.
You think you ought to let them go?
Well, I don't know what else I can do.
That decides it, then.
You know, Vance, this is the first time in all our association that a plan of yours went wrong.
I realize that, Markham, and it doesn't make me feel any too good.
It makes me feel fine.
Your state of well-being is subject to change without notice, Malloy. Markham,
yes?
I'm responsible for the loss of Low C's diamond.
Why don't you advertise for it? Maybe some honest guy found it.
As I was saying, Markham, I'm responsible for the loss of the diamond. It was I who urged Low C to use it as bait. And as you were saying, Markham, this is one time where I have been proven definitely wrong.
Well, now, Vance, don't feel so badly about it.
I feel very badly about it. But I have one more thing to say. It's true that I was wrong. But, Markham, I'm only going to be wrong temporarily.
This is District Attorney Markham. The case we're working on, which Vance calls the Chop Suey murder case, began with the robbery and murder of a Chinatown merchant. In an effort to trap the man responsible, Vance planned a scheme that backfired, and a large diamond belonging to a prominent Chinese was stolen. While we thought we had the criminals in Johnny Malloy and his girlfriend, they had no diamond when we captured them. In an effort to explain, Vance told me he was going to visit Low C, the man from whom the diamond was stolen. He should be there about...
More tea, Mr. Vance?
Thank you, no, Low C. And thank you for understanding how badly I feel about your missing diamond.
It was possible stone might have had real value. It was possible stone might have been instrument which brought criminal to justice. Thus, although stone worth many thousands of dollars, it failed in its true purpose.
It didn't fail. I did.
Oh, many times intentions better than results. Should man be censured for this? I think not. It's possible you erred in judgment, Mr. Vance, but not in motive.
Tell me something, Low C. You've lived in Chinatown for a long time.
Many years, my friend.
I'm convinced that somewhere between your house here and the corner where the police picked him up, Johnny Malloy got rid of your diamond.
Many houses on this street, Mr. Vance. Was possible Mr. Malloy hid diamond somewhere?
I don't think he hid it. I think he got rid of it by design, as part of a plan, so that if he were picked up getting away from this house, he wouldn't have it on his person. Low C, is there someone on this block whom you have reason to distrust?
Well, many times do I hear stories about some man who worked in Sinyan restaurant near corner. Nothing do I know about it which I find for myself, so not for myself, so naturally I know nothing. I know nothing.
I understand. Thank you, Lo C. The Sinyan restaurant, eh? I think I'll call my secretary. And if I can find her in, I'll see what we can find out at Sinyan's.
Must you order chow mein every time you come to this Chinese restaurant, Georgie? Must you?
I don't must. I just do. And what's with you, Johnny? Can't I order what I like?
Well, always the same thing. Always the same.
Oh, how about you? Don't you want to order that vignette har? How about that?
Well, that's different. That's business.
Johnny,
What's that?
duck down in the booth. Yeah, that's good. I'm facing the door. You know who just walked in?
Who?
That Philo Vance guy who came into the district attorney's office when the DA had us on the grill.
Philo.
Now, Vance has a game with him this time.
Well, what he's doing here?
Well, maybe just came for some Chinese food.
Maybe, but what'd he pick on this place? Georgie, maybe that Vance knows something. I get an idea, but it'd take care. Wait.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, where's that vignette har I ordered?
Oh, it's not ready yet. I bring soon new customers. I see what they want.
Well, don't bother hurrying back.
I bet when you finish. Hello.
Good evening. We'd like some roast duck, Chinese style, some chicken fried rice, and some lobster Cantonese.
Very good. Very quick. I get.
Ellen,
Yes, Sam.
take out your compact mirror, pretend to be fixing her makeup, and describe the people 2 moves in back of it.
Well, you're facing them, Dan.
No, but I don't want to be obvious. Go ahead, please, Ellen. It's important.
It is if you say it is. That's all I know. Say it is. That's all I know.
Well?
Well, the girl is attractive, blonde, and her eyebrows are dark, which means
Ellen.
All right, so I'm catty. All I can see is the back of the man's head. But there's a scar on the base of his neck just above his collar. What is all this?
This is what we came in for. Lo C was right.
Whoever he is and whatever that means.
I've got this thing, Ellen. Lo C's diamond was thrown up here by Johnny Malloy. That's the man you described.
Mm-hmm.
He was running from Lo C's house when he must have seen the police blockade.
Well?
Now he's back to pick up his diamond. Probably has an accomplice in the kitchen who hid it for him until he called for it.
Vance, the waiter's bringing that table something with a silver cover on top.
Ellen, this is it. Stay here a minute. I want to see what that is. Unless I'm going to be wrong on this case all the way through, I'll tell you now that Lo C's diamond ought to be under that cover. Be right back.
All right, Vance, but if you need any help...
I won't. Oh, Malloy.
Well, look who's here. The great Philo Vance. Georgie, say hello to Mr. Vance.
Hello.
Got her trained good, huh, Vance? Well, what can I do for you?
You can let me look at that plate the waiter just brought you.
Oh, this one with the cover on? I ain't looked at it myself yet.
I'm sure of that. I've been watching you. I'll take the cover off it myself. Why, there's nothing here.
There is? Oh, I mean, what did you expect? Okay, Vance, you want anything else here?
No. No, I guess I don't. You'll both excuse me, I'm sure.
Johnny, what happened to what was supposed to be on the plate?
I don't know. It's supposed to be Lo C's diamond. Something's gone haywire.
I'd say that everything was swell. If it was there, Vance would have spotted it.
Yeah, I know, but why isn't it here? If that cook is double-crossing me...
Excuse please, Mr. Malloy?
Yes, what is it, waiter?
Cook said to tell you he recognized Vance when I come in, so everything okay?
Everything okay? Oh, huh? I'd say everything was definitely okay. Tell the cook that he's got good eyesight and very good sense.
When did Lee Wong say he'd call, Vance? I like your office, but not enough to want to stay in it all night.
I didn't talk to the boy, Markham. I left a message for him. I'm going to meet him very badly. Do wish he'd call.
He's a nice young fellow, Vance, and he has ambitions of being a private investigator, like you.
Oh, not like me on this case, I guarantee that. I'll get him. Vance speaking.
Hi, tall dark detective. This is Lee Wong.
Yes, I might have guessed that. Lee, can you get a job as a waiter?
I don't know. I never did any waiting in my life, except for my girl. Why, what's up?
I want you to get a job as a waiter in the Sinyan restaurant. Work there this evening and come back to me with anything you find out about the cook there. And also if Johnny Malloy goes there regularly.
Jack, Is that Malloy, the character I tangled with in front of Low C's house?
That's the one. And Lee, I'll meet you at Low C's at midnight tonight. And I'm sure you're going to have something to tell me that I want to hear. Markham, I'd like you to meet my friend, Low C.
How do you do?
My humble house is yours, Mr. Markham, Mr. Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you don't mind our using your home as a meeting place.
It is my honor to have a home you care to use, Mr. Vance.
I hope I can reciprocate by getting back the diamond stolen from you, Low C.
I know only that you are tried. It's quite enough. As you told me on telephone, we wait for Lee Wong.
Yes. Vance asked him to get a job in that restaurant you believe might have an employee who is a little, shall we say, shady?
Is possible. Man only knows what he himself knows. What others tell him, he merely suspects. So my doorbell, also my concession to old China, the gong. Excuse me, please.
It's probably Lee Wong.
It is. I hope he has something to tell you, my friend. Hello?
Hi, old pal. I'm Lee Wong. I'm supposed
please to come in.
Oh. Hi, Vance. Well, I got news.
I want to hear it, of course. But first, may I present you to our host, Low C. Low C, this is Lee Wong.
It is a privilege to meet one who aids Mr. Vance.
Thanks. Well, Vance, I did what you told me to. I got a job at that chop suey joint, watched the cook like you said, and saw him grab a gander at a certain teapot in his kitchen every once in a while.
And?
I knew I had to get him out of the kitchen, so I faked a phone call for him. He came out, I went into the kitchen, got into that teapot, and look what I found.
What? You found the diamond, Lee. You did a wonderful job. We're all indebted to you.
Oh, most certainly I am.
And I, too. Thank you very much, Lee. And although this is most ungrateful, I'm going to have to ask Mr. Markham to arrest you for robbery and murder. Start talking, Suey, and fast. Mr. Markham's waiting to hear what you have to say.
This the cook in the Chinese restaurant, Vance?
Right. Well, Suey?
I tell you, Lee Wong steal diamonds, kill man 2-3 days ago. He give me diamonds to hold, I hold them. Later, I give them to a man named Malloy.
He's talking about the original robbery and murder that happened before I got into this case, Markham.
I know. Go on, Suey.
I tell you this because Lee Wong, he tell you he got Losey's diamond from me. Yes, he got him from me, but he gave it me the night Losey was robbed.
Lee Wong has confessed, Suey. There's nothing else he could do, considering that Vance knew all about him. By the way, Vance, how did you know?
Let's go back to the night of Losey's robbery, Markham. To begin with, I believe the first robbery and murder and this one were done by the same gang.
I understand why, Vance. Go ahead, please.
Jimmy Malloy stole Losey's diamond, came out of the house, and there we were, Lee Wong and I. Lee had no chance to warn him in advance that we'd be there. Malloy immediately suspected a trap and dropped the diamond in Lee Wong's pocket as they were struggling.
That is right, Mr. Vance.
Thank you. Now, if Lee Wong turned the diamond in, I wouldn't have suspected him. But he didn't. He waited until he found out that I knew something was wrong at the Sinyan restaurant. And then he decided to bring back the diamond and incriminate Su Ling here.
I'm still not sure I know why he brought it back.
He knew I was close to a solution of this case, and he wanted me off it. Losey's diamond was my personal responsibility. He knew I'd never stop until I recovered it, but that I might stop if I did.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I see why you didn't suspect Lee Wong right away, too. It's because I sent him to you.
Lee Wong go to district attorney in beginning to pretend to help while he find out what progress police were making.
That's understandable, Markham, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well, we have Stu here, Johnny Malloy and his girl, and Lee Wong, all in custody. They'll all pay for what they've done in the end.
In the end, and at the end of the Chop Suey murder case.
all detectives. A private detective like me, Jerry Browning, has this in common with a doctor. A lot of the work he does is for free. I straightened up in my seat as white-haired Judge Eli Whitney Rockmore took his place. A moment later, the jury filed back in and handed down the decision I was sure they would. We, the jury, find the defendant, Robert Heil, guilty as charged. In his chambers, and with his judicial robe tossed over the back of the chair, Judge Eli Whitney Rockmore looked like just what he was. A very tired old man who had seen far more than his share of human suffering.
Were you able to get any of the information I wanted, Jerry?
I nodded. Yes, I did, sir, but I don't think you're going to like it. The judge smiled wryly.
You mean this boy, Heil, is really guilty?
I hated to say it, but I had to. I located 2 witnesses who saw Heil walk into the gas station, and that the state's attorney never got around to calling because he didn't need them. Furthermore, just about a year ago, Bob Heil's brother was killed while attempting very much the same kind of holdup. I paused. You want me to go on? Judge Rockmore shook his head.
No, I'm afraid that's enough. I have no choice but to pass sentence on this boy. But just the same, Jerry, if he's guilty, then I've learned nothing in my 35 years on the bench.
In spite of the overwhelming evidence against a prisoner, old Judge Rockmore did not think he was guilty.
Robert Heil, this court sentences you to serve a period of not less than 5 years, nor more than 10 years at hard labor. The court is adjourned.
Well, that should have been the end of it. But when a man like Judge Rockmore, who spent 35 years on the bench, tells me that he thinks he's sentencing an innocent man, then my conscience begins to nag me. I had a long talk with Warden Hazelton, who told me,
I would say that Bob Heil's an average prisoner, Mr. Browning. He's not asked for any special favors, except to be transferred from the laundry to the tailor shop.
How does he get along with the other prisoners, Warden? The warden shrugged.
Quite well. He's been making friends of some hardened criminals, I'm sorry to say. Why do you ask these questions, Mr. Browning?
I shrugged. I wish I knew, Warden. There's something peculiar about Heil, and I thought maybe up here I could find out what it was. But I guess I was wrong. When I got back to town, I went to see Judge Rockmore at his home, told him about my visit to the pen. He listened silently, nodded his head a few times. When I'd finished...
Jerry, you mentioned that Heil's brother had been killed while attempting a similar holdup. What do you know about that case?
Not too much, sir. His brother was one of 3 men who held up a big gas station, killed an attendant. Police came up as they were making a getaway. Heil's brother was shot and killed. He drove the getaway car and shot the attendant, according to the other 2. Judge Rockmore nodded.
Where are these others now?
Judge, I'm afraid they're at the penitentiary, and I think there's going to be more murder. Judge Rockmore had warned me not to say or do anything more, and I didn't for about a week. Then I couldn't stand it any longer, called Warden Hazelton at the pen. What I heard almost knocked me out of my chair. A few hours earlier, 3 men had escaped. They were Bob Heil, Joe Marsh, and Fred Reedon, the 2 men who had participated in the holdup with Bob's brother. All 3 had worked in the tailor shop and escaped by slugging a guard and stealing a truck. The men had last been seen heading for town. The story made big headlines, and the way the newspapers told it, Bob Heil deliberately went to jail in order to help his brother's gang escape. It didn't make much sense to me, but then nothing about Heil had made any sense right from the start. Then, a week after the escape, I got a call from Judge Rockmore to come over to his house at once. I found Judge Rockmore alone in his study.
Sit down, Jerry. I want to ask you a question. Suppose you were a young, unemployed ex-soldier. You drove into a gas station, and as you did, 2 men jumped into your car, held a gun to your head, and told you to start driving. What would you do?
I guess I'd start driving, Judge.
And suppose that these 2 men realized that capture was inevitable, that one of them had committed a murder, that it was necessary to sacrifice somebody in order to save their own lives. if they killed you and swore that you were not only their accomplice, but guilty of murder as well, who could possibly prove the contrary? I put my hand in my pocket, felt the reassuring touch of my revolver. Judge, where is Bob Heil? The judge stood up. Take your hand out of your pocket, Jerry. Bob, come in here. Bob Heil walked into the room, stood facing me. Tell him, Bob. The boy turned to me. I knew my brother wasn't involved in that hold-up or killing. He just wasn't that kind of person. I thought if I could get at the two men, become their friend, sooner or later I'd learn the truth. I shook my head. It's no use, Heil. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe not. It makes no difference. You're a con now, an escaped con, which is worse. Where are Marsh and Radin? They're holed up in a little shack not far from here. I go out every night for food. They're too frightened to step out of the place. He smiled at the judge, who smiled back. An awful thought began to form at the back of my head. Wait a second. You made friends with these two men, and the three of you walked out of the state pen just by slugging a guard and stealing a truck. The walls are 18 feet high. They've got 62 searchlights and 118 guards. I turned to the judge. Judge Rockmore, how could you do this to me? Jerry, it was the only chance to clear an innocent man's name and to catch his murderers. After you came back from the penitentiary and told me that Bob had applied for a transfer to the tailor shop, I drew my own conclusions and was in communication with Warden Hazelton. We arranged the jailbreak with Bob, and I even provided the hideaway place and the necessary recording apparatus to take down conversations. This evening they confessed to Bob, and nothing now remains except to retake them. The judge grinned at me. In gratitude for your share in the case, you may have the honor of recapturing them, if you wish. I took a deep breath. Judge, I think you're a terrific guy. One of the greatest I've ever known. And all I have to say is that let us now please phone for 3 or 4 carloads of cops. And that was the end of it. Like I said, another thing that a detective has in common with a doctor is that people are always holding out information on both of them.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Mr. District Attorney, and tonight, the case of murder a la carte.
Hey, Stanley, will you cut it out? Stanley, you boob!
Yeah, Hunter?
For the love of Pete, stop that hammering. I'm trying to concentrate on the racing form.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I was just finishing this here little wren house.
Yeah, you and your business. Finishing a what?
This wren house, Hannah, you see? I put a number 5 hinge in the bottom so you could clean it out.
You're nuts. You know what, Stanley? A wren house. What for?
Well, we won't always live in this small apartment, dear. I want to have so many things ready when we get a home in the country.
I swear I married an idiot. Hammering, sawing, his kisser full of nails. Sit still, I'll get it. It might be a wren.
Oh, I'll use the sandpaper, dear. It won't disturb you.
Hello?
Anna? Nicky.
Oh, hi, Nicky.
I gotta talk fast, Anna. I have to get back to my table.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Mr. and Mrs. Mallory are here for dinner again. You got the name?
Mallory.
I just brought them a bottle of Carte Rouge on the house. Understand?
How long will it take them to drink it?
An hour at least. Probably more.
All right, what's the address?
Jefferson Towers, apartment 16. You got that?
Right.
Look for a mink, silver fox cape, and a platinum dyed stove. Oh, yes. And a ruby necklace.
not wearing it tonight.
Not bad, Nicky. Send them another bottle. They'll need it when they get home.
That's my girl. Good luck now.
Bye, Nicky. Hey, useless. Stanley.
Hey, look, Hannah, you see how it would hang in a tree?
Like a dead duck, darling. Now get shaved and dressed, will you? We're going out on a job.
You got nothing on the street, Harrington?
No, not a thing, Chief. I even covered some of the boys on the retired list.
Well, it doesn't help, does it? I counted on picking up a lead.
Well, in the first place, there's no pattern in these robberies. Take the fur coat boys now. They wouldn't be seen dead heisting jewelry.
I know. Still, that's what's happening.
Yeah.
I had Mr. and Mrs. Mallory in here an hour ago.
Oh, the ones that got robbed last night?
Yes, that's right. They had dinner at some nightclub, and when they got back to the Jefferson Towers, it was all over.
What's the loot? I ain't seen the list.
A mink coat, silver fox cape, a fur stole, and ruby necklace, same as the other.
Oh, boy, the papers ain't going to be fun. This is 5 in a row, and all Richie.
Oh, golly, Chief, I'm sorry I took so long.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Miller. How did the meeting go?
Well,
What's the meeting, Miss Miller? Your poker club again?
I'm out for spring baseball practice, Harrington. Didn't you know? No, I went to the Girl Scouts luncheon. Oh, they're a wonderful organization. This is their 37th anniversary, you know.
Yes, it is a fine group, Miss Miller. After we finish, I'd like to hear about their plan.
All right. I'll get my notebook.
Yeah, I wish there was something to take notes about.
Well, our best bet now is to find that pattern, Harrington. 5 robberies, all of them prominent or wealthy residents.
Yeah, all of them good addresses, too, Chief.
Yes, and in all 5 cases, expensive loot. Let's have the 5 folders, will you please?
I was just getting them. Here you are.
Thank you. All right, Harrington. 5 in a row is plenty, so let's get to work.
All right, that's $700 apiece on the platinum and an ace each on the necklace. All right?
Well, you should have argued with the fence, Nicky. When my dad was alive, he did better.
It's tough, Hannah. The papers are full of it.
Well, you still should have argued. One night I saw my old man reach over and put the Jap choke on a fence. He raised the price.
The what, dear?
The Jap choke. I'll show you sometime, Stanley. Remind me. Got a new deal coming up, Nicky?
That's what I wanted to discuss, Hannah. I think now we quit.
We what?
I told you in the beginning it couldn't be for long. Even now, the district attorney might suspect the Regency Club.
In a pig's eye, he might. Why should he?
He can't think it is just coincidence. All 5 times we get a haul, they're having dinner at the club. Yes, and at one of my tables.
Why not? It's the ritziest joint in town, yeah, and you're the most popular head waiter.
Hannah, look, could I say something?
Not now. It's too good to give up, Nicky. You know that.
But,
now, I haven't finished. Look how simple it is. You watch your regular customers, make a list of the furs and stuff.
Look, Hannah,
Will you be quiet? Hey, you make it easy, Nicky. They sign their dinner checks. We get their address.
I know all that.
Well, what could be sweeter? The night Mrs. Richwitz leaves something big at home, you call us, we get dressed up, go over with the passkey, and get it.
I'm trying to tell you the DA has asked to see all the Regency Club employees tomorrow for questioning.
Well, let him question. Turn on the head waiter act for him, baby. He won't understand a word you're saying.
Hey, look,
In a minute, Stanley. As long as we look good to the doorman, yeah, and can work the locks when we're in, Nicky. Now, what are you yapping about?
Well, I think Nicky is right, Hannah. We could quit now and get a nice house in the country.
What?
Oh, you should see the plans I got, Nicky. I'm going to do the whole kitchen myself in pine.
Stanley.
With built-in sink and cupboards, Nicky. You know... Yeah, dear?
Get lost.
But I was...
Beat it, will you? Go down to your workbench and whip up a birdhouse.
All right. Matter of fact, I will. Excuse me, Nicky.
Sure. Go ahead, Stanley.
You know, one of these days, Hannah, you'll go too far.
You don't treat Stanley very nice, Hannah.
Oh, why should I? He's happy with a chisel and a bucket of nails.
It's good for a man to have a hobby, I suppose.
Maybe. What's yours, Nicky?
Mine?
Sit still. I'll light us a cigarette.
Stanley is, in the basement?
Here. Yeah, he makes things.
You're not smoking?
One's enough. I'll take drags off yours.
Good Lord. What is that?
Oh, help me someday. I'll hit him with his own hammer. Stanley, turn that thing off, you potato jerk! Stanley!
What was that, dear?
I said turn that thing off.
Well, it was just my paw saw, Hannah. I'm sorry.
I don't care what it was. You make that racket again, I'll wrap it around your skull. Having his rends. Now, let's see, where were we?
And about pulling any more jobs.
We'll pull more jobs, Nicky. You know we will. We got lots to do, you and me. Come on, honey. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
You know, it can happen to anyone, even to you.
Tonight or tomorrow, you may get one of those dull headaches that leaves you feeling miserable and out of sorts. And all just because you need a laxative.
So remember, like millions of others, you too can get gentle relief with Sal Hepatica.
A glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica gives you gentle relief. Welcome relief, day or night. Sal Hepatica, taken when you get up, brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour.
And at the same time, if you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, Sal Hepatica sweetens your stomach.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica, America's most famous saline laxative, at any drug counter and keep it handy. Then,
day or night, get feeling right
with gentle, sparkling Sal Hepatica, the laxative that suits your convenience.
Sal Hepatica.
Now, as I understand it, Mr. Sylvania, there are several head waiters at the Regency Club. Is that right?
Antonio, Frank, Luigi, and there is myself, Nicky.
Nicky, I see. You know Mr. and Mrs. Mallory, do you, Nicky?
Pardon?
I don't need to tell you that we're working on a series of robberies, do I? Mr. and Mrs. Mallory were at the Regency Club the night their apartment was entered.
So? Oh, that is too bad.
You do remember them?
I remember all of my good customers and never forget.
I see. And the Fultons?
Fulton?
Yeah, let's try some of these other names. Mr. and Mrs. Fulton, Mr. and Mrs. Owen Conroy, Mr. and Mrs. Abington, Mr. and Mrs. Nathan Sims. You know these people, do you?
But I have told you, I know all of my customers. Please, I work very hard. I have done nothing.
Well, there's no reason to think you have. I'm merely interested in your cooperation.
Pardon?
I say, if you can help me, I'll appreciate it.
Oh, any time at all, sir. A pleasure. You come to the club for dinner. I will arrange it personally, sir. Yes, we start with bouillabaisse, chicory salad with romaine, a crown roast lamb.
Yes, that'll be very nice, I'm sure.
Pardon?
You may go now, Mr. Sylvania. If I need any more help, I'll call.
Oh, you are most kind, Mr. District Attorney. Merci beaucoup.
All right, don't mention it. Dorothy, if Miss Miller and Harrington have finished in the other room, ask them to come in here, would you please? Oh, they are. Oh, fine. Thank you. Come in. I just called Dorothy to see if you were free.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm free and losing my mind, Chief. Those waiters talk everything but English.
Harrington isn't kidding, Chief. I don't know whether I was taking notes or ordering dinner.
Yes. I had a little difficulty myself.
Oh.
I got this much, though, Harrington.
Yeah?
In every single case, the people who were robbed dined at the Regency Club the night it happened.
Yeah, I got that too, Chief.
I have the notes on it.
Well, all right. There's our pattern, then. So let's see what the pattern makes.
The name is Phillips, Hannah. Mr. and Mrs. Austin Phillips. They've been customers of mine for years.
How big a score?
I haven't got it set yet, but it looks fine. Every time she comes in, she's wearing a different coat.
Rocks?
There must be dozens. Diamond bracelets, rings, solid gold cigarette cases. It's very nice.
And you wanted to quit. Aren't you glad I talked you out of it?
I'm glad about a lot of things, Hannah. The only worry is...
I know. Stanley.
He would care, would he?
If he knew about us? What if he does?
I hope you know how to handle him.
Oh, don't worry. I do. Like a baby.
Hey, Hannah, did you see my crosscut saw? Hannah, just as... Ah, Nicky, I'm glad you're here.
It's good to see you, Stanley. You're looking for a saw?
Oh, no, that can wait. I haven't even told Hannah, but I've been waiting to talk to you. Both of you.
So, but it is so late, Stanley. Some other time. No, I really must be gone.
Hold it, Nicky, and drop the accent. You want to talk about what? Sandpaper?
Oh, no. No, I've been thinking, Hannah.
With what?
Now, look, I warn you, don't treat this lightly. Oh, I let you have your way, I know, but this time I'm serious.
Stan, old man.
Let him
maybe
say it, Nicky.
Well, I mean, all this here in the papers, the employees of the club being questioned and all. I've come to a decision.
I'll be a monkey's uncle. About what?
We're quitting, Hannah. Not after the next one, not tomorrow or the next day, but now.
You kill me, Stanley. Go back to your birdhouse.
No. I mean it. We got money now. Well over $3,000.
Well over 30 cents is more like it.
Look, Hannah, I happen to know. What's more, with the money, we could buy a nice trailer.
A nice what?
Second hand, I think. If it needs attention, I could fix it up. Hey, did you ever see the inside of a trailer, Nick?
Me?
All you can do wonders with a hammer and a nail. Snug as a bug in a rug.
Are you through now?
No, Hannah, I'm not. Of course, it won't be like a house in the country, but that will come in time.
Now, listen to me.
In a moment, dear, in a moment. It has advantages, you know. Travel about, meet people. You know, I've always wanted to see Yellowstone National Park.
Just see it?
In comfort, of course. You can have that in a trailer, Hannah.
You can?
Oh, yeah. I thought a heavy gingham of some kind at the windows. You know, gives all the privacy in the world.
On wheels.
Oh, now, look, Hannah, you needn't be flippant. After all, half of what we've taken in is mine.
All right, brace yourself, Buster. I've got news for you.
Perhaps I should go.
Just stay put, Nicky. You just don't know the time of day.
I think I do, Hannah.
Yeah, well, Mr. Trailer, we ain't got any $3,000. At this exact minute, we ain't got a lousy $200.
What did you say?
What do you think I've been playing the races with? Shavings?
You're lying.
Am I? That's Nicky.
I'm sorry you lost so much, Hannah.
Well, I'm not. Easy come, easy go. My old man taught me that.
Oh, you thieving little swine.
No. Hannah, are you hurt? Hannah.
Oh. Look, Hannah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just lost my temper.
Get out of my way, Nicky.
Hannah, I said I didn't mean to slap you. Hannah, be careful.
Come here. Go out. Stay out of it. Must be. I will tell you how to go. How you like this? How you like this? And let go of his neck. You don't know what you're doing. Don't I? He said me. That choke works every time. The way your father taught you. I taught you a lot. Like you become easy done. Remember that, will you? If you don't hang around. I'll see you about it. That's one of the men that drove down to the spot. Yeah, all right, Kate. You agree with me? Yes, no question about it. That's your strangulation, I'd say. Good, son. How did you say the body got down here in the railroad yard? Quick rock here. There's no sign of a struggle on the ground. Yeah, that's my idea, too. And in the car, I think. Sure. If he hurled from a train, he'd never landed over here. You think it's very clear I didn't have to make out the car? No, I don't think so far. Now, it don't look like there's going to be much here. Nothing in his pockets, labels torn out of his suit and clothes. Yes, I noticed. They even tore the laundry marks off his shirt. Looks like. He touched his leg. Yes, you can see the line on his finger where he wore one. I still don't buy it as a plain murder. Find out that, too. kittens ain't so carefully destroyed either. The message would hit me. I just don't like that. Usually they bury it arriving up on the way. Oh, thank you for it. Well, let's let them get to work, shall we? This one may be more of a puzzle than we know. Hello?
Nicky, can you?
Yeah. I've been waiting for the call about the job.
Mr. and Mrs. Phillips are here in the club now.
Oh, wonderful.
They just started dinner, and they want to make an 8:46 at the beer.
Oh, great, thank you. She's wearing chinchilla.
She's wearing than me. The chinchilla must be at home.
I'll have it in 1 hour.
Be careful, baby. They have a butler, you know. He may be home.
Just so that coat's at home, honey. That's all I need to know. You got any more questions, brother? Can't you talk? No, thank you. Tell Mr. and Mrs. Phillips I'll be out of the street. Yes, thank you. See, can't we do something with those reporters? They're tearing their hair out. Yeah, not for the moment, I'm afraid. Any reports from the morgue, Miss Mary? Yes, they just now. Dr. Colton finished his examination of Phillips Butler. And? The same the name of the railroad yard. Death due to strangulation. Same discoloration in the neck? Only doesn't say. He said nothing before. I'll tell nothing about it. I'm doing nothing. All right. You want me to? I want to set up something else first. I got all I need from Mr. Phillips here. Not only have all the victims in these robberies had dinner at the Regency Club, but it seems they all had the same waiter captain. Which one is he? Unfortunately, Miss Miller, one you and Gangbusters didn't see. Oh? As for the people you didn't question, I'm arranging to have them take a vacation. Oh, yes, see, what's the plan? Oh, one of my work. However, it's going to take a long time. Didn't say the Icano way worked. Yes, didn't say the Icano way worked. 10,000 reports from all over the country. 8 out of 10 better say the Icano way promotes healthier guns and brighter teeth. Listen, here's the professionally approved Icano dental care. The Icano way. First of all, we bring regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Icano toothpaste at least twice a day. And then massage gums the way your dentist advises you. Remember, Icano's special formula actually helps stimulate gum circulation. Yes, for healthier gums and brighter teeth. The Icano way. Dentists say the Icano way works. Icano toothpaste with a sparkling flavor that leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner. Icano would contain more than his personal use and recommend than any other. So ask your dentist about Icano and massage. A good dentist, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. Make the Icano way your way with healthier gums, brighter teeth, and Icano smile. Get Icano toothpaste. All right, so I had to be here in the butler. We got the Holmes, didn't we? It won't be easy to get rid of that. The fences all say chinchilla is too rare. Takes time to dispose of it. All right, so you're doing that. No, but all right. Sure, it's that Nicky. I know that. Very well. And I agree we should quit. Go somewhere like you said. But that is just what I'm saying. But we can't go without dough, can we? You just better take weeks to get the cut on Phillips' coat. Well, don't do just one more, Nicky. One big one, and we go. Now get somebody lined up, baby, and we're free. Stephen, he said, is it a pleasure to see you again this evening? What do you know about that? You remember this one last week. Oh, it is a pleasure, Mrs. Johnson. And if I may say so, sir. Yes, sir. wasn't Dimitri's there. And the management has suggested that the new society of innocence, it will be a pleasure. Well, now isn't that nice? Just sure. Send the bills to the apartment, maybe. Apartment 20, the Westport Arms. A pleasure, sir. For me, I would suggest oysters for Madame Tussauds. Mr. Conic salt, No, I can't make it. They're so cold. Oh, Harry, would you mind? I'll just put my hand over my shoulder. You'll allow me, mother. Oh, thank you. And the hot function. Yes, it will be a pleasure. Once the medicine, all right to Mr. Johnson. Oh, my favorite weekly. Even better than last week. Well, my dear, you ready to go? Yes, Harry, up there home. Oh, will you ask me to get my coat, please? It's the table there on that chair. All right, Mr. Johnson, may I suggest the electrovan? Well, sounds good, Lizzie. Oh, dear, we got land here the other night, dear. Well, Harry, it won't take too long. We have enough time, you know. May I inquire if you are sending the bills out again? Oh, great. Oh, not just like this, maybe. Mr. Johnson, since I'm going to boxing match, but you're going tonight. It's a great cause tonight. I would like to till midnight, but this weather, well, thank goodness I'm dressed for it. If anyone wants this old thing, I just don't care. Oh, sir, Hannah, they've gone to the fight, and she's left all the furs at home. Remember now, the Westport Arms, apartment 20. I'll be in the car in front when you're through. Japanese choke, brother. That one's the worst. Yes, it nearly the butler. And that's why I was ready when I was trying to let me choke on me. Yeah, you can thank the Army service for that. That's right. Bring your arms down hard and you can break it. Yeah, I'll break the case on left. I'll take that. Oh, gee. What about next week? Well, our case for next week is one of the most invited in our files. One which lays bare a vicious crime, now being used against all of us. It's the case of Send the Homeless. And I invite you to join us for it. Until then, thank you and good night. The names of all characters in tonight's conversation are fictitious and it resembles the names of those persons who actual persons is purely coincidental. Our stars are J. Johnston in the title role, Len Doyle Harrington and Vicky Bola as Miss Miller. The music is under direction of Philo Vance. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Diamond and written by Wallace Shaw. Master District Attorney was originated by Philip H. Lord. Remember, our final toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Spade for the smile of health. Get the Myers invite you to tune in again next week for Dr. Saturn and the Mr. District Attorney.
Sloan's Liniment, your faithful friend when muscles ache in pain, presents Gangbusters.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
Gangbusters, brought to you, the men and women of America, by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime. You, too, can help in our crusade. Here's a last-minute police bulletin.
Nationwide alarm. Attention all citizens. Watch for Clifford Davidson, 32, 5 feet 7 inches, 208 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. This man, veteran criminal and escape artist, broke from jail, Wewoka, Oklahoma last week, where he is awaiting trial for murder, allegedly committed following a previous escape from prison. Caution, this man is dangerous.
Gangbusters urge you to be on the alert for this criminal. We will have more clues for you at the end of our program. In a moment, we'll be ready for our proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf and prosecuting attorney Stanley Wallach of St. Louis County, Missouri, who will discuss the strange case of the missing corpse in which a dead man convicted as murderer. But first, April showers, they say, bring May flowers, but they also bring the muscular aches and pains that often go with damp and windy weather. Yet there's no need for any member of your family to suffer the discomfort of a stiff neck or sore back, just so long as you have that handy bottle of dependable Sloan's Liniment on your medicine shelf. Here's Sloan's 1-2 heat treatment that has brought such quick and comforting relief to millions. 1, pat on some Sloan's Liniment. 2, relax for a few minutes. Then, like a heat treatment, Sloan's glowing warmth goes to work on that tight and painful spot. In almost no time at all, Sloan's will help soothe your pain away. You'll find Sloan's quick action is a welcome friend, whatever the cause of your muscular distress. Accident, overexertion, or exposure to raw and biting weather. Ask your druggist for Sloan's Liniment if you need a fresh supply after the last few wintry months. Sloan's costs so little, and you're so grateful for its soothing help when you want relief in a hurry. Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and prosecuting attorney Stanley Wallach of St. Louis County, Missouri. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Ballantyne of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
The case of the missing corpse. Prosecutor Wallach, that sounds almost like fiction.
Tonight's case may appear fantastic, Colonel Schwarzkopf,
but it is a matter of public record. This case concerns Elmer Dowling and Izzy Lundy, two crafty criminals whose viciousness has seldom been matched by any criminals anywhere. We begin in St. Louis one late afternoon in February 1938 in the hideout apartment maintained by Elmer Dowling.
Drink up, Lundy.
Thanks, Dowling.
I asked you up here to explain what I got in mind for you.
What do you mean?
I'm considering you as trigger man for my outfit.
Trigger man, huh?
Yeah. Next thing I consider is what's your experience.
I got plenty.
I got it all right here on my desk. Here on this case history card. Izzy Lundy, known as Monkey Years. Robberies and other jobs, Marquette Prison, 10 to 20 years. Shot way out of jail, handy with guns.
How'd you find out all that, Dowling?
That's my business, to find things out. And to get things done.
Why should I join your mob, huh?
Listen, Lundy. When I want a man in my mob, he joins.
But I've been away for 13 years. I've been out of things.
I'll teach you the ropes. Then you'll be a big asset to my protective organization.
Protective organization?
Yeah. For businessmen and storekeepers. They pay us so much dough per week for protection. Protection from our own gang.
But suppose the storekeepers squawk to the cops.
They know better than that. It's cheaper to pay up and shut up than to stop a bullet or get crippled for life.
Yeah. Sounds okay to me, Dowling.
Lundy, before we're through, we'll have every store in the city in our protective organization. They're going to pay us, and they're going to pay plenty.
Good morning, mister. You remember me?
What are you men back here again for?
Hey, listen, mister, this is your last chance. Are you joining our protective organization or ain't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, boys. Dump that paint all over the place. Give them the works.
Right, no, stop it. Don't, please.
We're going to teach you a lesson, mister. And if you ever blab to the cops, you'll never see your wife or kids again. Go to it, boys. Don't answer that phone, buddy. My business comes first. You got the money for the organization?
I tell you, I can't pay you. I'm not taking enough money in my store.
You're trying to welch on the organization, huh? Well, I'll show you.
What are you going to do?
You know what's in this can?
No.
Acid.
No, don't.
It's all yours, mister. Right in your face.
Oh, my!
That's the dry cleaning store on the corner, Red. The one Dowling wants us to take care of.
I got the dynamite already, Lundy.
All right, drive by the store, and I'll light the fuse and heat it.
Hey, Lundy, there's a guy down the block.
Don't worry about the guy down the block. I'll light the fuse. There! Step on it, Red. There!
Emergency squad, explosion in dry cleaning store at Franklin and Jefferson Avenues at 10 p.m. Investigate immediately. Repeating, explosion in dry cleaning store, Franklin and Jefferson Avenues.
An hour later, Colonel, at headquarters.
We got that report, Moore?
Yes, Captain. The emergency squad say dynamite was used to blow up that dry cleaning store.
Moore, we can be pretty certain who's back of this outbreak of violence. Racketeers extorting money from businessmen.
It's an ugly situation, Captain. We can't get witnesses to testify against these crooks.
Yes, crooks like Elmer Dowling.
Now we've got another bombing on our hands, and still no witness.
I'm assigning additional squads of plainclothesmen to cover various business places and stores and Yes?
Captain, there's a man out here by the name of Louis Lee Baker. He wants to see you.
What about?
He says it's about the bombing of that dry cleaning store tonight.
The bombing? Send him right in.
Yes, Captain. Right away, sir.
Moore, open the door, please.
Yes, sir. Come right in, sir. The captain will see you.
Thank you.
How do, Captain? My name's Baker.
Glad to see you, Mr. Baker. Have a chair.
Thank you.
You say you know something about this bombing tonight?
Well, I don't know if this means anything, Captain, but I thought I ought to report it anyway.
Report what, sir?
Well, at 10 o'clock, I was walking along Franklin Avenue.
Yes?
And just as I was about to cross the street, a car came racing down the avenue.
What happened?
Well, there was an explosion. I didn't know then it was a bomb. Later, I got thinking about it, and with the bomb and the speeding car.
What kind of a car was it?
It was a Chrysler sedan. I didn't see the license number, but I did get a good look at one of the men in the car.
Oh, is that so?
He was sort of pasty looking. Had very black eyebrows and big lips.
Anything else?
Well, the one thing I noticed most of all were his ears.
His ears?
Yes, sir. They stuck way out.
What's that?
Well, I never saw a man whose ears stuck out so much, sir.
Was he stockily built?
Yes, he was.
This means something to you, Moore? I'm not sure yet, Captain. But I used to know a criminal who fitted that general description to a T. Monkey ears, they called him. If it's the same man, he's a gunman of the worst type.
All right. We'll have Mr. Baker go through the identification files. If he can pick out the picture of the same criminal you have in mind, we'll have our first positive identification to help smash this gang. And the picture that Louis Lee Baker identified, Colonel, was the picture of Monkey Ears. Izzy Lundy. The authorities moved fast and arrested him in a few hours.
Good police work, Prosecutor Wallach.
Indicted for this bombing, Lundy posted bail and was released by the courts pending trial. He immediately phoned Dowling.
Yeah, Dowling, that's why I'm calling you. That Baker guy's identified me for the bombing of that dry cleaning store. I'll go to jail, I would.
Hold it, Lundy. Where are you calling from?
From a drugstore. I'm afraid to come near you. The cops are on my trail.
I thought so. Now, let me think.
This is serious, Dowling. You've got to help me.
Yeah, I know how serious it is. Once the cops throw you in jail, they'll probably get more information that'll lead to me.
You? I'm the guy that's in a jam.
I'll think of the spot I'm in. Hey, wait a minute. What did you say is the name of the guy who saw the bombing?
Baker. Louis Lee Baker.
Baker, eh? Is he the only witness the cops got?
Yeah.
You sure of that?
Positive.
Good.
What do you mean, good?
If something should happen to this witness, the cops wouldn't have no case, would they?
That's right, Dowling.
Well, something is going to happen to him. We're going to find this guy, Baker. And when we do, he won't be a witness. He'll be a corpse.
Meanwhile, Colonel, at headquarters, the captain was talking with Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker, your identification of Izzy Lundy as the cleaning store bomber is the first good break we've had in our campaign to rid this city of racketeers.
I'm glad I'm able to help, Captain.
You'll realize, Mr. Baker, that your life is in constant danger.
Yes, sir.
That gang will stop at nothing, absolutely nothing, to prevent you from testifying at Lundy's trial. So we're going to hide you on a little farm near Sykeston, Missouri. You know where that is?
Yes, sir, about 150 miles south of here.
Yes. Under no circumstances are you to leave the farm unless accompanied by our men.
I understand, Captain.
When we want you, our men will show their credentials and will tell you, the captain wants to see you. Now remember that phrase. The captain wants to see you.
Yes, sir. The captain wants to see you.
Mr. Baker was taken to this farm, Colonel, and given ample police protection. Then a startling event occurred.
Prosecutor Wallach, we're anxious to hear this startling occurrence, but right now, here's Charles Stark with a few words.
Mowing the lawn for the first time after the long winter months is always a chore. The ground is uneven, the grass is tough, and you yourself are probably more than a bit tired and sore when you're finished. That's when you need Sloan's 1-2 heat treatment to bring you quick and comforting relief for muscular aches and pains. Here's all you have to do. 1, take your bottle of reliable Sloan's from your medicine shelf and pat on some of this quick-acting liniment. 2, relax. And then, like a heat treatment, Sloan's helps ease those stiff and aching muscles. You can actually feel that penetrating, glowing warmth easing away your pain. Sloan's liniment has helped millions in just this quick and easy way during the past 50 years. And Sloan's will probably do you the same good turn. You'll find Sloan's liniment a true family friend in need. Welcome to the members of your family all through the year. For whatever the cause of your muscular distress, accident, overexertion, or exposure to chilling drafts, you'll find that Sloan's will help you forget your aches and pains in almost no time at all. So make sure you always have a bottle of Sloan's on your medicine shelf. Ask your druggist tomorrow for Sloan's liniment. Now back to Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Prosecutor Wallach, with Mr. Baker hidden out on a farm near Sykeston, Missouri, and with Elmer Dowling threatening to kill Baker to prevent his testifying at Izzy Lundy's trial, you said a startling event occurred.
Baker stayed close to the farm, Colonel Schwarzkopf, awaiting word that, The captain wanted to see him. Then, 1 week later, Baker was standing at the farm entrance when two men drove up and got out of their car.
Oh, Baker. Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir. You gentlemen want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Baker. We're detectives from headquarters.
Detectives?
See our badges? The captain sent us out. He wants to see you right away about that bombing.
The captain wants to see me.
Now, if you'll just get in the car.
But I'd like to leave word with the men at the farmhouse where I'm
No,
going.
we haven't
so
got time for that. This is urgent, Mr. Baker. We don't want to keep the captain waiting.
Well, you know best, sir.
Sit right here in the front seat.
Thank you.
Right between the two of us.
You don't know what the captain wants to see me about, do you?
I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with murder.
Gentlemen, we've been driving for an hour. It's getting dark. We're going in the wrong direction. This isn't the way to town.
Baker.
Yes, sir?
We're not going to town.
What?
The captain's going to meet us at a house just up the side road.
Oh, why didn't you tell me about this before, sir?
We got our orders.
There's the place now.
Well, that house looks deserted. There's no lights.
Don't worry about that, Baker.
Well, where's the captain's car if he's going to meet us out here?
Guess we're a little early. How about it, pal?
I guess we are.
Well, let's go in the house anyway.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, Baker.
I'd rather wait here in the car.
No, Baker. We're going inside.
Come on, Baker. Orders are orders.
All right. I'll do what you men say.
Quiet around here. Ain't it, Baker?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Let me take your arm, Baker.
Take my arm?
Yeah, it's so dark you might stumble.
You're sure the captain will be here?
Step inside, Baker.
It's so dark in here, I can't see.
Turn on your flashlight, pal.
Sure.
Go on inside, Baker.
Hey. There's no one in this house. It's empty. Deserted.
That's right, Baker. That's why we brought you here.
Hey, what do you mean?
Just this.
I did it from all right, Tom.
Wait. I want to make sure. Now we got nothing to worry about, Red. 2 bullets right through his head. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Darling, you think anybody could have heard those shots?
Nah. No one lives within miles of this place.
Let's get in the car and scram.
Hey, Red. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
We ought to get rid of that body.
Not me. I ain't going back to touch no corpse.
Red, unless you want the same thing Baker got, you better come with me.
Okay, darling. But I don't like it. Yes. It's quiet around here, ain't it?
And dark. Good spot for a job like this. Flash your light.
Darling, look.
Say, what the...
The corpse, the body. It's gone.
But it can't be. It was right here on the floor a minute ago. Flash your light around.
The room is empty.
But he was dead. I killed him. 2 bullets right through his head.
Then where is he?
A dead man can't get up and walk away.
I'm getting out of here.
Now, me too.
Prosecutor Wallach, do you mean to say the corpse, the victim's body, was actually gone?
Yes, Colonel. By a strange miracle of fate, Louis Lee Baker had not been killed. Though suffering intense agony, he had managed to crawl out the back door of the deserted house and hide. He saw the 2 gunmen return and then run off in terror when they found that his supposedly dead body had vanished.
So that's why the corpse was missing. What did Mr. Baker do?
He dragged himself to the side of the road where some passing workmen found him and rushed him to a hospital. Later that night, at the hospital, Baker talked with police officers.
That's the whole story, Captain. They shot me twice in my head. But I guess I'm too tough to kill.
I don't feel I ought to question you any further, Mr. Baker.
You need rest.
I want to tell you all I know.
All right, Moore, take this down. Yes, Captain.
The man who shot me was a big fella, 6 feet, about 200 pounds.
Yes.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Baker.
I had a broken nose, no chin.
No chin. Big fellow, blonde, blue eyes, broken nose, receding chin. Why, Captain, that description fits the man we arrested on suspicion but couldn't hold.
Yes, Elmer Dowling. Captain, you know the man? The man who tried to kill me.
Yes, Mr. Baker, and we're going to get him.
When you do, I'll be in court to testify.
Yes, sure. All right, now relax and get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
You'll need every bit of strength you've got.
Yes, Captain.
Come on, boy. We've got work to do. That fellow Baker has more courage than a dozen men, Captain.
He certainly has more.
Two things I can't understand. How Dowling found Baker at the farm, and why should Dowling want to kill him?
Seems you can't hide anything from that gang. They probably followed every move Baker made. But I know why Dowling wanted to kill him. Baker's our only witness against Izzy Lundy. If Baker had been killed, Lundy would have gone free.
Then you think Lundy and Dowling are part of the same mob, eh?
It points that way.
Yes, it does.
Moore, I want you to grab Izzy Lundy and throw him back in jail immediately. This time he's going to stay in jail till he goes on trial.
Right, Captain.
Meanwhile, I'll get to work on Dowling. We're going to put the heat on every member of that gang until we get Dowling or they turn him over to us.
Within 5 hours, Colonel, the police had again arrested Izzy Lundy, and the search for Dowling was on. Warnings was flashed from coast to coast.
Attention, all field agents, Federal Bureau Investigation. Attempt to locate and hold for questioning Elmer Dowling in connection with attempted murder. Dowling is 6 feet tall.
Urgent. Police of Eastern Seaboard. Arrest on site Elmer Dowling, fugitive. Dowling weighs 200 pounds.
Special notice, West Coast Police. Elmer Dowling reported in California, wanted for attempted murder. Dowling has blonde hair, blue eyes.
Attention, all Missouri police. Be on watch for Elmer Dowling, fugitive gangster, now at large. Dowling, believed to have returned to St. Louis, may be hiding out somewhere in city.
Dowling. Dowling.
That you, Red?
Yeah. Open up.
Why'd you come here?
Look at this newspaper. It's about Izzy Lundy.
Lundy?
He was sentenced for that bombing today. Got 25 years.
25 years?
The guy who sent him to jail was that fella you tried to kill, Baker. He testified in court against Lundy.
That was the mistake of my life. Not making sure that guy Baker was dead. Now look what he's done. Has me hounded like a rat.
The cops sure are after you, darling.
I can't stand much more of this. Cooped up in four walls, afraid to show my nose outside. Afraid every noise I hear on the stairs is the cops. I'm going nuts. I can't sleep no more. I lie in the bed, hour after hour, just listening and waiting.
That's all you can do, darling. If you show up on the streets, the cops will grab you inside of 10 minutes.
So where's the rest of the gang? Why don't they do something for me?
Hiding out from the cops, same as you.
Well, where's Jaime? You ought to be able to find Jaime.
Yeah, he must be with the others.
Well, the yellow rat. Just when I need him, they run out on me. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll... Hold it, Red. Don't open that door. Now, wait till I get my gun.
That ain't the door, it's the phone.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Hello, Dowling.
Who's this?
Me, Jaime.
Oh, Jaime. Well, where you been? You got no idea how glad I am to hear you. Now, listen, Jaime. I'm on a spot, see? I need dough to beat town. Tell me where Rick can meet you so you can go and...
Listen, you dumb cluck.
Dumb cluck? Why, I'll break you. Now, wait a minute. What's the matter?
Plenty.
What do you mean?
The cops got the gang smashed. Half the boys are in jail already. And the cops ain't going to stop till they get you and every one of us.
Yeah, well...
So there's only one thing for you to do.
For me to do?
The boys say for you to give up to the cops tonight.
What? Why, you're crazy.
You've had your warning, darling. We'll be watching you.
Yeah, now, wait, Jaime, wait.
Now, remember, darling, it's the cops or us.
Hello.
What is it, darling?
The gang. They're throwing me over. Put me on the spot.
On the spot?
Yeah. But how did they know where I was? No one knew where I was, but...
What are you looking at me like that for?
You. You were the only one who knew. You're in with them.
No. Darling, put on that gun.
Shut up. Hand over your money.
Oh, sure, darling. Here is every cent I got here.
I ain't licked yet. I'll get out of this town, and I'll kill anybody that tries to stop me.
Sure you will, sure.
Now, Red, it's your turn.
Don't shoot. Please.
I ain't shooting. I need these bullets for the cops. But here's what you're getting.
No.
Hello, headquarters.
Listen, Copper. You want Elmer Dowling. I know where you'll get him.
Who is this?
Never mind who it is.
Oh, check this call.
Listen to me. Go out to the waiting room of the Taylor Avenue car station, and you'll find Dowling if you get there fast enough.
Maury, hung up. What was it, Captain? Another tip on Dowling. Get a special squad. We're going out to the Taylor Avenue car station. It may be a false alarm, but we're going to investigate at once. All right, Maul, pull up here. There's the car station.
Right, Captain. We'll leave the car here so Dowling won't see it.
Follow me, men.
Yes, sir.
Any special instructions, Captain?
If Dowling is in this waiting room, we've got to be careful. He's sure to be armed, and I don't want any innocent person hurt.
Yes, sir.
We'll have our guns ready.
I'll know Dowling the second I see him.
Here's the waiting room.
Careful now, men.
A lot of people in there, Captain.
See that big fellow sitting there hiding back of that newspaper?
It's Dowling. Wonder if he sees us.
He's getting up.
Now, hold it, men. We don't want any shooting.
He's going out the back way.
Good. You two men guard this front door.
Yes, Captain.
Or you and I will go around back. Come on, fast. Right, Captain. You ready to shoot any instant?
Yes, sir.
Hold it. There he goes. Back of that house. Oh, you wait here. I'll cut around this side and try to head him off.
Up with your hands, copper.
Dowling.
Now, I'll kill you if you don't do what I say. I'm using you as a shield. Start walking.
All right.
I'll kill you, but
Drop that gun, Dowling.
Okay, let go of my arm. Let me.
That gun, I said.
He got down. Come on, man.
Are you all right, Captain? Yes, Moore, I'm all right. But this rat isn't. Put the handcuffs on him. There's a man waiting at headquarters to see you, Dowling.
What man?
The man you tried to murder. A missing corpse.
Elmer Dowling was positively identified by Louis Lee Baker, Colonel, and went on trial for the attempted murder of Mr. Baker on March 4th, 1940. He was convicted and was sentenced to 30 years in the state penitentiary at Jefferson, Missouri.
This has been a most interesting case, Prosecutor Waller, and I want to congratulate you on your successful prosecution of Dowling. One of the most impressive features of this case is the fine courage displayed by Mr. Baker, who refused to be intimidated in his efforts to help the police smash this mob. In these days of national stress, America needs citizens who support the law enforcement authorities and who are not afraid to face the gangsters and reveal them as real enemies whom this country must face. Thank you, Prosecutor Waller, for helping us to prove again that crime does not pay. Now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, a few words from Charles Stark.
I should like to leave you with a reminder. Muscular aches and pains often arrive without warning or invitation. During the summer months to come, when we are all more active, take the wise precaution of always having a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment on hand. You'll discover that Sloan's will help you get the quick and comforting relief you want. 1, pat on some Sloan's liniment. That's all. Just pat it on. 2, relax. And soon you'll feel that welcome, gentle warmth as it penetrates right to your sore and stiff muscles, easing and soothing the pain. Ask for Sloan's liniment when next you visit your favorite druggist. And now, the clues.
Attention, citizens Southwest. Look out for man wanted concerning murder. Negro, 33, 5 feet 7 inches, 135 pounds, black kinky hair, brown eyes, left eye punctured and may be completely out, 3 razor/slash scars, left arm and shoulder, may wear dark glasses to conceal defective eye. This man wanted connection murder near Muskogee, Oklahoma.
Caution, citizens New England, New York, New Jersey. Watch for James Joseph Horan, 39, 5 feet 9 inches, 180 pounds, brown hair turning gray, brown eyes, Tattoo initials JJH, right forearm, large ears, eyes slightly crossed. This man, veteran robber who has been operating in New York and New Jersey, wanted by federal authorities for questioning concerning robbery of bank at Suffield, Connecticut.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's broadcast is the last of the current season for Sloan's Liniment. But we have some glad news. Sloan's will again sponsor Gangbusters in the fall. Until then, we wish to thank all of you who have sent us so many splendid letters. And we want to thank the police organizations of the country for cooperating with the producers of Gangbusters in proving so conclusively that crime does not pay. And speaking for Sloan's, a very happy summer to you all until we meet again in the fall. America's crusade against crime.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation, from Hollywood, your theater of stars. Proudly we hail. Yes, proudly we hail your theater of stars. Now here is your host, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars. For each week, the cinema world's finest motion picture talent gathers for your weekly entertainment. Ruth Huzzy is our proudly we hail star in a great dramatic story titled All the King's Horses. Ruth portrays Mary Barnes, the wife of a hard-working but unlucky young man. They become the parents of a lovable adopted child. Then adversity strikes. Cliff, Mary's husband, loses his job, and because of this they must give up their little son, Biff. There is tragedy, stark realism, and deep mother love. One completely lives the conflicting mental processes portrayed by Ruth Huzzy. And now Act One of All the King's Horses, starring Ruth Huzzy. Mary Barnes, her husband Cliff, and their young son enjoyed living in the little white cottage on the outskirts of town. There were the tall elm trees, nodding at the slightest whisper of a breeze, faithful sentries against the day. And there were hollyhocks and daffodils and a climbing rose bush, which, when in bloom, delivered its unforgettable fragrance. In front, the cool green lawn spread down from the house, giving away only to the pond, with a splendid oak tree at the border. Under the oak tree, late in the afternoon when her work was finished, Mary would sometimes sit beside a youngster, a book of nursery rhymes between them. And so we find them the day our story begins.
Mother.
Yes, dear?
Open the book and tell me my favorite story.
Which one do you mean, dear?
The one where you make up the story. Read the lines out of the book.
Oh, but you've heard stories so often, sweetheart. Don't you ever get tired of hearing it?
Nope. Please tell it again, Mother.
All right, darling, if you like. Once upon a time, there dwelled in a beautiful forest a prince and a princess. They lived in a great white castle with a lake that spread out before it.
Was it Lake Jeffrey?
Oh, my Lord, a king size. Well, they were wonderfully happy, these two, for the prince was as handsome could be. And the princess, well, she wasn't so bad herself. And the prince and the princess had a beautiful little son. And his name was Biff.
I always liked it when you say his name was Biff.
You do, huh?
Uh-huh, but that's my name. But what a very good name for a little prince. Prince Biff?
What's wrong with it?
Well, I suppose it's all right. We're going with the story, Mother.
Well, now, they weren't always this happy, the prince and princess. For when they had first arrived at their kingdom, and long before the angels had sent them Prince Biff, the word began to spread of a huge dragon, threatening everything. Oh, yes, he was a terrible dragon, and he proclaimed trouble for everyone. Well, at that time, the prince and the princess were living in a less conspicuous castle. And one night, the princess was cooking his dinner when the prince returned home, preceded as always by quite a considerable fanfare of trumpets. Oh, quite a considerable fanfare indeed.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Claire.
How about turning around from that stove and giving your very weary husband a kiss?
I'd be happy to.
Gee, Isla. Hey, does that Kennedy next door have to play that radio so loud? Kennedy! Kennedy, you're blasting us out of the building! A little better.
Our neighbors wear their music so loud, don't they?
Don't they? But you made me, you. My lovely prince.
And, I'm sorry you're tired.
Oh, it was a rugged day in more respects than one. Just before closing time, a customer came in. Made me drag out every shoe in the store. Had them stacked around me knee-deep. And you know what she says to me?
Oh, do tell me what she says to you.
She says, I was just looking. Could you direct me to household appliances? I could have crowned her with the size 7 she wore on a 9-foot.
Oh, you poor dear.
And that's just part of it. Business is slow. Strangfield says if business doesn't improve, they're going to have to cut down.
Oh?
Yeah. You know where that puts me? Newest man in the department.
Well, anyway, you wash up now, and I'll dish up dinner.
Okay. Well, where are my slippers?
They're in the hall closet where they belong. Oh, and bring my straw. I'll need it if we sit out after dinner. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. When the pie was opened, the birds began to sing. Was that a dainty dish to set before a king?
Is that what the prince had for dinner?
It could be.
Oh, I'd take a pop. But wasn't the prince pretty excited about the dragon?
Oh, yes. The dragon was beginning to crawl right out into the open, threatening doom in more ways than one.
Think something about it? Couldn't he bust him over the feet with a baseball bat like mine?
I don't think he had a baseball bat. Anyway, after they had dinner that night, they went out to sit on their balcony, watching the lights of the countryside. You know, I like this fire escape.
I'm glad. And you know, I can always tell when it's Monday.
How?
I can see the Empire State Building right over the top of Officer Murphy's mansion.
You.
Hey.
What?
You.
Me?
Yes, you. Did you see the doctor today, like you said you were going to?
Uh-huh.
Oh. What did he say, now?
Well, he said he's afraid not.
No? You mean that we can't?
No, Cliff, I guess not. Not ever. But, Cliff, when I was coming home on the subway, I got to thinking about something.
What?
We can still have our babies. They're adopting them every day. I bet we could find just the one we want.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to think about it.
Oh, but, Cliff, if we're ever going to have a baby, we could take our time, look carefully. It might even be better than having one of our own. We wouldn't know what our own would be like unless until it got here, and this way, well, we could tell beforehand.
Well, do you know any place to go, Mary?
I called the orphanage out at Englewood. They have a lot of babies. Couldn't you just take a little time off tomorrow and go with me?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Not with things the way they are at the store, I wouldn't dare.
Oh, of course. Oh, but say, the day after tomorrow's Sunday.
That's right.
Well, maybe they stay open for people like us.
Well, they must.
Oh, darling, I just can't wait till Sunday.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks. 7, 8, lay them straight. 9, 10, a big fat hen.
That's what that old dragon was by now, wasn't he? A big fat hen.
Well, almost. They had him on the run. The prince buckled on his armor, grabbed his longest spear, saddled up his white charger, and with the princess riding beside him, set off to do away with the dragon once and for all. Yes, indeed, once and for all.
This supposed to be the place, Mary?
I guess so. That's what it says on the door.
Well, then. Where is somebody? And where do they keep the baby?
There's a sign on the desk there, Claire.
Oh, yeah. Ring bell for attendance. Guess I better ring it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they've got any with red hair and blue eyes. You suppose so, Mary?
Oh, that's silly, Cliff. Now, neither you nor I have red hair and blue eyes. You know it wouldn't just match.
Well, does it have to match? I mean, can't baby be a color scheme like, well, you know. And besides, if he has red hair, he'll have spunk. Maybe he'll be able to lick some of the kids when he grows up and go to school, maybe.
Clifford Barnes, if you think we're going to raise our baby to be a prize fighter, you can just think again. I won't have him coming home from school with his clothes all torn and black eyes.
Well, he's got to defend himself, hasn't he? He can't let himself be walked all over.
Is there something I can do for you, please?
What?
I said, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, is there? Yes. Are you the manager?
Well, I'm the supervisor of the institution. My name is Miss Peterson.
Oh. Well, we'd like to look at some babies. Some with red hair and blue eyes.
We don't either. We prefer something in brownish hair, more like ours is.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
We want to adopt a baby, a boy baby.
Oh, I see.
One that's intelligent and has a good disposition.
And housebroken.
Well, I don't seem to recall having received an application from you. Now, what is your name, please?
Barnes.
Mr. and Mrs. Clifford Barnes.
What do you mean, application? We just want to adopt a baby.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you have the wrong impression about adoption, Mr. Barnes. You see, it's quite necessary to make a formal application and have our investigators check your qualifications, your ability to raise a baby, and to take care of it, your financial responsibility.
That sounds like a lot of stuff to go through. Well, when all it means is an extra quart of milk a day and maybe a couple of dozen of those three-cornered doodads.
Now, if you people would care to come into my office, I'll be glad to explain the whole thing to you and give you an application form.
Oh, yes, thank you. We'd like to do that.
Well, yes, I guess we would. But I didn't realize there was such a routine to go through.
Quiet, darling. These babies are very particular with whom they associate. And so, that's where they found young Prince Biff, out in the forest under a cabbage leaf.
What about the dragon? Didn't the big prince conquer him yet?
Not yet. He seemed to have disappeared. Both the prince and the princess had every reason to believe that the dragon was all washed up. Yes, all washed up.
He's asleep now.
Don't move him.
Well, if he a ruggedly cousin.
Oh, he's beautiful.
You should see him whip that rattle around. He's going to be a ball player.
But don't bring home any baseballs. Not yet.
You like the name, Biff?
Yes, yes, I like it. Come now, let's close the door. Oh, Cliff, I'm so happy with our baby.
I know you are.
Our baby, Cliff. I still can't believe it.
I can't either. It's almost like everything's the beginning again. They're starting anew. In one respect, it certainly has worked out that way.
Well, what is it, Cliff?
I don't mean to concern you. You know I didn't like my job.
Oh, Cliff.
Mr. Ankfield gave me my walking papers today.
Oh, Cliff, no.
No, don't be alarmed. I'll find something else. Something I like much better. I know I will.
Well, you've got to, Cliff. They won't let us keep this if you don't. You've just got to.
The curtain falls in Act 1 of All the King's Horses, starring Ruth Huzzy. The curtain rises on Act 2 of our starring Ruth Huzzy as Mary Barnes. We're back sitting by the pond, our three rhymes open on her lap.
Oh, that old dragon.
Yes, indeed. He was getting had to be done away with. Oh, he had to be done away with. Oh, he's fine, dear.
Nope. I've been trying things until I'm blue in the face. There isn't a job to be had in this town.
Oh, darling, what are we going to do? They'll take him away from us.
They can't take him away from us, Mary.
But, Cliff, our year's probation's up tomorrow, and we have to go and see the judge. If we hadn't any income, you know what Miss Peterson said.
That woman. I know what she said, but they're not going to take him away from us. They can't.
I'm afraid. I'd just die if they did.
Don't worry, darling. Is there something we could have for lunch? I've got to get out again and see what I can find.
I spent $1 this morning for food for the baby. You've only $2 left.
Well, not awfully hungry anyway. I'm going out again, darling. I'll see you tonight. Old Mother Hubbard hasn't anything on us, has she?
Old Mother Hubbard, she went to the cupboard to fetch her poor dog a bone. And when she got there, the cupboard was bare. And so her poor dog had none.
The Prince and Princess had nothing to eat.
Well, almost nothing. But they didn't lose heart. They kept trying to find a way to trap the dragon and destroy him. For now it meant so much to them because the little boy prince they found under the cabbage leaf was growing up. Oh, they didn't lose heart.
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Bond?
Thank you. Here are the papers, Judge Adams.
Oh, yes. Your husband didn't come down with you?
No, he was unable to get down.
Well, now let's see. You're still at the same address?
Yes, we are.
Age, your husband's age. Mm-hmm. Oh, you evidently forgot to fill in this income bracket. I'll fill it in for you. What is your income, Mrs. Bond?
Our income?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's what I wanted to tell you about. You see, Judge, at the moment, well, we haven't any income. My husband lost his job about a month ago, but he expects to have another one right away. That's why he didn't come down today.
By right away, how soon do you mean, Mrs. Bond?
Well,
Does your husband have a job in mind, one that's promised?
Well, no, sir, he hasn't, but, well, I'm sure he'll be able to find something right away.
Mrs. Bond.
Yes, sir.
Miss Peterson must have told you. The prime requisite of adoption is that you must have an income sufficient to support the adopted baby. You state you have no income. Now, have you any definite idea as to when you will have an income?
Well, I know, Your Honor, but...
The law dictates my course of action, Mrs. Barnes. I have no alternative but to refuse the adoption.
You can take the baby away from us?
That's what I mean.
But you can't do that. My husband will find a job. His sort of people don't stay out of jobs very long.
That isn't the question, Mrs. Barnes.
Well, the question is that you want to take our baby merely because at the moment my husband's out of a job. Like it was a repossession of some sort. Like we couldn't pay for the radio or refrigerator or automobile. But you can't repossess a baby for failure to make payment. He isn't just a piece of furniture.
I'm sorry, Mrs.
You're
Barnes.
sorry? Do you think being sorry means anything to us? Do you think your being sorry would take the place of a baby of flesh and blood that we've had with us for a year? That we've raised just like he was our own? And what if he was our own? You couldn't take him away from us just because my husband was out of a job, could you? Well, he is our own, just as much as if he's been born to us. Well, we couldn't love him any more than we do.
May I remind you that you're talking to a judge, and that what I'm doing happens to be the law.
And may I remind you that you're talking to a mother, and that all I'm talking about is a darn sight deeper than that any bunch of stuffed shirts can get together and think up. It's a law that says my husband and I love our baby, and he loves us. We're the only parents he's ever known, and you and nobody else has the right to take him away from us. God, give us a chance to show you. Please give us a chance.
Well, the best I can do is this. I'll give you an extension of 1 week.
Mary. But I don't want to shoot. I've got the greatest, the most glorious news in the world.
But Cliff.
You remember me telling you about Uncle Bert that lives in Virginia? Well, I just got this telegram. He's sending us $30,000 because he says he doesn't believe in waiting until he's dead to have his will probated. He's doing it now. Imagine, Mary, $30,000. The court can never take this.
Oh, that's wonderful, darling, but not so likely. The baby's been sick all day, running a temperature. I've been waiting for you to come home. So
temperature? Well, if that's the case, we better call a doctor. Temperatures can be dangerous. We go see Britt now, Doctor?
Yes, Yes, Mr. Barnes, but before you go in, I've got to warn you.
Well, he isn't worse.
No, Mrs. Barnes, not worse.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
Please. I hate to be the one who has to inform you. Your little boy has passed away.
Oh, no. Doctor. Oh, no. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. And all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty together again.
You must like Humpty Dumpty, Mother.
Why, dear?
Well, when you get to this part of the story, you always cry. Maybe you just tell it so good it kind of gets you.
Maybe so.
Don't tell it so good next time. Well, with Humpty Dumpty gone, what did the prince decide to do about the dragon man?
Well, the prince almost gave up on that dragon, he did. It was a very critical time in the kingdom. The prince was just about ready to turn everything over to the dragon. Just about ready. Cliff?
What?
Cliff, it's 3 o'clock. You've got to get some rest.
I can't sleep. I just can't sleep.
Oh, but Cliff.
The court wanted it taken away from us. And we licked that almost like a miracle. Only to have... Oh, Mary. Yesterday, he asked me for a Shetland pony. I couldn't buy him a picture of one. Today I could buy him a dozen. Mary, we got to get out of here.
You're right, Cliff. That's when they dared the dragon of the forest and moved into their new white castle with the pond in front. And that turned out to be the beginning of the end of Mr. Dragon.
Good. This part I really enjoy.
The beginning of the end. Well, Miss Peterson.
Hello, Mrs. Barnes.
Well, come in.
Oh, thank you.
Who is it, dear?
It's Miss Peterson from the nursery.
Wow. What brings you down our way, Miss Peterson?
Well, I've been so busy, I haven't even had a chance to call you folks. I was very sorry to learn of your trouble.
Well, that's very kind of you, Miss Peterson.
I brought someone down with me I thought you might like to see.
Oh?
He's out in the car.
Well, bring him in. And now, wait a minute. If it's a baby, no thanks. I don't want to go through that again.
Well, Cliff, maybe we could just look at him.
He has curly hair and 2 of the most beautiful dimples.
Oh, please, Cliff.
And a lovely disposition.
Will you take...
Well...
Oh, go get him, Miss Peterson. Oh, he's adorable, Miss Peterson. Don't you think so, Cliff?
Oh, he's a noisy little character. Wow, look at him swing that arm around, just like Biff used to.
Here, you hold him, Mrs. Barnes.
Oh, may I?
Of course. Well, he seems to like you.
Who wouldn't?
Almost seems as if he belongs.
Oh, do you think he does, Cliff, does he?
Oh, guess he does, huh? I guess our new son does.
So that was the end of Mr. Dragon, scourge of the forest, demon of the woods. Never more did he see the light of day. And the prince and the princess and young Prince Biff lived happily ever after.
You didn't tell me how the prince killed the dragon.
Oh, I can't tell you now. Here comes your father up the path.
Oh, but you must. You always surprise me with the ending.
Well, I'll tell you then. The prince got out a giant mirror and placed it before the dragon. And when the dragon looked into it, he dropped dead in disappointment.
That was terrific, Mother.
There's your father.
Hello, sweetheart. I have this.
Hey, Dad, let me tell you what happened to the dragon this time.
follows in the final act of All the King's Horses, starring Ruth Huzzy. Congratulations to you, Ruth, on a splendid and capable performance. I thank you, too, for your generous contribution of time and talent on this Armed Forces Radio Service program. Be sure to join us next week for your Theater of Stars. And until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Proudly We Hail is a presentation of United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Not yet 12 o'clock. Certainly made no start. That's it. I'm told. Sorry, gentlemen. Pardon my weakness. I've been getting on the right. Now, if you could get back, Dr. Watson is going to fix you up a 7-8 in your picture. Good idea. I'm delighted. Yes, sir. Could I get over with my breakfast? I apologize, gentlemen, for my weakness, but I was at my wit's end. Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, you must be terribly good at Mr. Holmes, where is the egg? The lower right-hand file under E. What else would it be? What for Dr. Holmes? Now, probably Dr. Watson and I have a look at it for a moment. Only issue of the primary importance could work in London at present. Important? Mr. Holmes, we are concerned with the abduction of the only son of the Duke of Holiness. Hold on a day. Good at you. And that's the work of attempting to the crown. He's already offered a reward of £5,000 for the person who can find his son. And for that, Watson, I think it might be worth our while to return to the north of England with Dr. Huxtable. And how, Jack? Will you kindly tell us what has happened and when and how and why you come 3 days after the event? Think of your chin check today. After my hypothetical. Well, begin with, gentlemen, I'm Dr. Thorncroft Huxtable, founder and headmaster of the Priory School for young gentlemen. What do you Huxtable having grammar? What's your name? Small world. Yeah, that's pretty old that book, but that's a little share. The trial was without exception the most exclusive preparatory school in England. But I felt my school had reached its zenith when 3 weeks ago the Duke of Holiness sent Mr. James Wilder, the secretary, with the communication of Lord Saltire, at 10 years of age, whose only son and heir was about to be committed to my charge. When did I arrive? On May 1st. He was a charming youth. It may be indiscreet of me to say so, Mr. Holmes, but I gather he'd not been entirely happy at home. And why not? It's an open secret that the Duke and his wife were separated by mutual consent. The Duchess taking up her residence in the south of France. So why with his mother? Exactly. His sympathies are known to have been strong on her side. However, he seemed to brighten up once he got home with us. In a fortnight, he was absolutely happy. When was the last thing? The night of May the 13th, last Monday night, that is. At 7 o'clock on Tuesday morning, his bed had been slept in. He had dressed himself fully in his sleeping jacket and wore trousers. Any kind of trouble? No. Besides, anything of that nature would arouse Goddard. One of the boys in the next room was a very light sleeper. So no one entered his room. How did he get out? Not through the other room. Goddard with a building. There was a stout ivy plant leading to the ground outside his window. It was the only possible exit. Has anyone else looking from your establishment? Yes. One of the masters, a man named Heidegger. He comes to me with the best references. A silent and morose fellow, never very popular. Over his room, on the second floor or so. The other end of the building, the person with whom we have Lord Carte. Yes. What is the condition of Heidegger's room? His bed had been slept in, but he went away only partly dressed. His shirt and socks were left lying on the floor. And his bicycle was missing from the shed. Must have been with him. What have you done about this affair? Not a great deal. You see, his Grace was extremely anxious to avoid all public spectacle. One more question. Did anyone call to see the boy the day before he disappeared? No. Did he put any letters? No, just one. From his father. Have you ever received a letter from Sam? No, never. Now, Mr. Holmes, I've never seen that your driving. Even the boy was carried off by a step. Oh, but two old hounds like Jackson and myself may get a pick of it. Nothing like the cold, bracing air of the sea country to give you an appetite, eh, Huxley? Well, I'm glad you find it so, Dr. Watson. For myself, I don't believe I shall be able to enjoy a mouthful till that boy's found. I'm afraid we must wait till morning to start our investigation, Dr. Huxley. If you were an ordnance map of this neighborhood, Dr. Watson and I might begin to acquaint ourselves with the surrounding country. And one right here. Good. Here we are. This back square is the Priory School. And here's the main road. It starts the school in the south, northeast, and west. You only rode for miles, I think. If only the master went by road, it must have been by this road. By a singular unhappy chance, Mr. Holmes, we were able to ascertain that they did not pass along the road. Oh, how so? At this point, right here, when I passed you resting, the constable was on duty to drive a 6. He was positive that neither man nor boy passed his way. As that philosophy said. And in the opposite direction? Oh, there was an inn, Red Bull. The landlady was ill. He put the inn and looked to the doctor all night. They're sure anyone else passed by. Excellent. The bicycle. The master may now made an escape on a bicycle. Right. To continue our reasoning, if our fugitives didn't go by road, they must have cut across country to the north or south of the school. Now repeat, the bicycle. Exactly. The country to the south, I see, is divided into small fields with stone walls between them. Well, I'd put the bicycle in possible. But here at the north lies a great rolling moor extending for several miles. And at the other side of this wilderness lies Holderness Castle. A good sight distance. Doesn't need a high road. The room was full, remember. Dr. Huxtable. Up in it? I've done it more than you. There's several, and they're well worn. Good. And it's to the north that our search is flying. Come in. Come in. Oh, it isn't changed. Oh, very good, sir. Show me. One got them to straight out the left. Oh, good evening. Grace, good evening, Mr. Wilder. Delighted to see you. I want you to meet Dr. Huxtable. Grace has just learned you brought Mr. Sherlock Holmes here to conduct this case. She has been police. Grace is by no means convinced that the police have to. Furthermore, it's against his Grace's orders that you bring in an outsider. He wishes to avoid any impossible strain. In other words, his Grace thinks more of his own good name than he does of the safety of his son. Why, how dare you, sir? Huxley, I demand that you send this fellow back to London by the next train. Surely, Mr. Wilder. Not the next. You propose to spend a few pleasant days upon your moors. Whether we have to shelter at this route or the village inn is a matter of small moment. My dear Wilder, perhaps we have been a trifle hasty. This is from this year. Wait, surely you don't want to. I want to find that boy of mine. If there's anything I can do, you can answer a few questions for me, please. Very good.
Thank you. Do you think the Duchess had anything to do with this matter? No. No, we haven't always agreed, Mr. Holmes, but I'm sure she wouldn't think of such a thing. And the only other explanation is that the child has been kidnapped for the purpose of living ransom. Do you have any demands of that sort? No, Mr. Holmes, not so far. How about that letter? The one your son received from you on the day of his disappearance. Was there anything in it to unsettle him? No, Mr. Holmes. Did you post it yourself? Mr. Holmes is grace is not in the habit of posting his own letters. I thought not. Yes, but surely all this is somewhat irrelevant. Well, in a case like this, one never knows what may be for clue. That's all. Thank you, your best. Very well. Come along while... good night. Good night. Good night, your grace. Good night. Oh, that man annoys me. I wish I'd never set eyes on him. I wish he'd never brought the boy here. The reputation of my school will go wrong if we can't throw this man out. No, don't give up hope. Watson and I will be on the job early in the morning. Oh, that's it. No, stop bluffing. Anyway, you're not the only inhabitant of the world. I know that the police change what's the shoot. Right. Rather protect the two farmer tires. So there, one catch. I understand the man's name is Farmer. Found it. Ground so hard there are no police at any time. Sheep tracks before you would be up to find anyway. Ground takes off that. You must be searching of a rat. Yes. There are sheep tracks in two of them. See? Yes. There's the print of a cow. The same cow. Coming and going, wandering on this path. Here. Look here. Where this other path joins it. Joe. And two tracks, big bicycle tracks, what? Which is the one that you do those tracks with farmer tires? Then the selection of post path, passing over the cow tracks. And then pitching hard. There's the front and rear wheel tracks that are pretty heavy. There's no flow over the handlebars. Well, the hurry. Who's he running away from? Oh, chasing. Look here. Large smudge. Our bicycle's got a fall. 2 foot marks. The tire reappears once more. Oh, the side strip on the side, huh? Watson. Notice that flowering gorse? You mean those yellow flowers spotted with brown? Take it closer. That's blood. Carte blood. Good gracious me. Let's see. Wounded. Go. Put up. Remounted and proceeded. Now about the track. Just these cow prints. How was he hurt? And the one cow. That's the bull in the draw. Just what? Look. That's the track. He used to swerve from side to side. Yes, there's another smudge when the man dropped the second time, and then... nothing. The tracks, they stopped dead. It's uncanny. They tell world stories about the Holmes home. People have disappeared on them before then. What's that? What's that? Over there. Something shining through those bushes. Something metallic. Come on. It's probably an old king cat. Oh, look. By Jove. It's a bicycle. One pedal bent. The whole front of it is smeared and slobbered with blood. Oh, stop. And down there on the other side of the bush, Watson. Look at that shoe protruding. Shoe? There's a foot in it. Go back to bushes. It's a man. A tall man with a beard. Look, Holmes, look. The face is covered with blood. It's horrible. Yes, his head was crushed in by a terrific blow of some sort. Shoes and no socks and a nightshirt beneath the coat. It's undoubtedly hiding of the schoolmaster. Oh, chap. Come on, let's get out of here. Yes, I think I see the towers of Holderness Hall. Or the brow of the next hill. Come on. It's Holmes. Who could have done it? If they did that to the teacher, what do you suppose they've done to the board? The sinister case, Watson. There's a clever and ruthless mind at the back of it. How did he manage to abduct the boy without being hurt? Well, I wasn't abducted. He went of his own free will. I know. He was fully dressed in the threat, but the schoolmaster was only half dressed. He acted on short notice. Why? Because one needs a sword to fight the boy. Now we come to the critical part of the argument. Natural action of a man pursuing a small boy is to run after him. But the schoolmaster takes to his bicycle. Therefore the boy must have had some sleep. The master meets his death some 5 miles from the school. Not by a bullet, mind you. Even a lad might have fired, but by a savage blow, just by a vigorous arm. So the boy had an accomplice? Yes. Here we have 3 people, and yet surveying the ground around the scene of the tragedy. What did we find? Nothing but one of the first. I believe they're leading right up to the hall. Watson, do you notice anything strange about those carters? Oh, they look like the permanent carters. Is that right? Yes, the pattern they make is unusual. Here they run in pairs. Here the sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Steady, hold on, not too fast. That sounds good enough. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but you cannot forgive me. Perhaps if you inform his head that you know his whereabouts of his son. He will be excused. No. That's impossible. You've only been on the case this last night. Yes, but we know where the boy is hidden and who his captors are. Good morning, Your Grace. I was sure you were standing behind those courtiers. You suffer from asthma, I gather. You know what has happened to my boy? Quite. And now, Your Grace, we'll make out a check for £5,000. But My boy? Right. Now, to our place, we'll make out a check for £5,000. But who's keeping my boy? Who do you accuse? I accuse you. Oh, man, you too, Mr. James Wilder. Oh, but boy, this is absurd. Wait a minute, James. Mr. Holmes, how much do you know? I know that the boy was lured away from the school by a note which Mr. Wilder inserted in your letter to the boy, which claims come from his mother, suggesting meet him on the moors. Your son agreed. When he went to keep his appointment, he met Wilder instead. Wilder was on horseback and kidnapped the boy. He brought him back here. He's living here somewhere on these premises. Oh, right, Mr. Holmes. James, Mr. Wilder has a hold of him. Has had for many years. You understand? My good name is at stake. If they're not exposing the kidnapper, then she's threatened to keep the boy from me until I meet his turn. If I turn him over to the police, well, you wouldn't dare. I'd drag the name of Holderness in the muck. I'd for the love of heaven, don't, Mr. Holmes. After all, this is a matter between Wilder and myself. And I shall just withdraw from the case. Oh, you mean the reward? Well, I'll make out the check. I'll raise it to £12,000.
No, Your Grace. I represent justice. Furthermore, I'm not going to leave that boy at the mercy of this murderer another minute. Murderer? What do you mean? We just found the dead body of Heidegger. His head was beaten in.
James, what is this? You didn't tell me. Oh, that settles it. I can't shield you any longer. Good heavens. A murder. I didn't even know it. He caught up to us. He grabbed the horse's mane. I had to beat him off. The boy screamed. He caught us the second time. I had to do it. Let me go, will you? I'll pay anything. I'll make him pay.
No, it's over. Can't be mistaken to come further. Take him away.
No, don't touch me. I won't go to prison. I won't.
Look out, Holmes. He's got a gun.
Drop that.
He shot himself. Oh, James, say something. Oh, stop the blood. Somebody call a doctor.
It's too late, you man. I'm afraid he's dead.
Dead? No. It's impossible. James. Perhaps it's for the best, Your Grace. He'd have died on the gallows in any event. And this way, you needn't fear that your secretary will ruin your reputation.
You don't understand. You don't understand. He wasn't only my secretary. He was my son. Yes, Mr. Bevin, his son. The child of an unfortunate allowance. It was his youth. It seemed that the young man had survived the secret and held over against him. He hated the legitimate heir with fanatical hatred. It's lucky the boy escaped with his life.
But the contracts, Doctor, I don't understand those.
Quite simple, Mr. Bevin. Holmes discovered in the Holderness collection of old armor and curios a set of horses' shoes, the shape below, with a cloven foot of fire. They belonged to some of the marauding barons of Holderness in the Middle Ages. They were covered with a thin film of recent mud. His Grace presented them to us. Holmes said that they were the second most interesting memento of our trip up north.
The second were more than the first.
That check was £5,000.
About the gentleman.
We both were, Mr. Bevin. We had to be those days.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, report out to Watson on this one.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, pardon me. Do you know where I might find Mr. Richard Diamond?
You want to hire him?
Yes.
Well, stop being so bashful, friend. Come in.
Thank you. You're Mr. Diamond?
Well, any resemblance to the Irish washerwoman is purely intentional.
Do you always do your own laundry?
Always. Keeps my petty cash from looking too petty. Sit down, Mr.
Baxter. Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Was a man, I guess, to be in his early 50s. Straight up, he crowded 6'3", counting the 2-inch heels on his handmade boots. Looking at him, I thought of an old Remington Trent and suddenly felt like singing a chorus of Home on the Range.
I'd like you to come to Oak Mulvey with me, Mr. Diamond.
Well, why, Mr. Baxter?
My brother was killed yesterday. The sheriff and the coroner said it was an accident. I don't believe it.
How did you happen to look me up?
I raise cattle, Mr. Diamond. I do a great deal of business in Chicago and New York. I wanted a detective with experience, someone with a good reputation.
Bless you.
I called a friend on Wall Street, and he recommended several men. One of them was you. I checked your background. I'm satisfied.
Oh, good. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Chicken feed. I'll pay it, and if you catch the man who done it, I'll give you a $1,000 bonus.
Oh, well, now, I can't leave right away. It'll take me at least 5 minutes to get my affairs in order.
Yeah, I can certainly see you appreciate a buck.
Mr. Baxter, I appreciate a buck like a Texan appreciates Texas.
Texas? Never heard of it.
How was your brother supposed to have been killed?
Thrown from his horse, skull fracture.
And you don't believe it?
I do not.
Why?
Too good a horseman.
Oh, it could have happened.
Well, if it did, he'd have taken the fall right. Might have busted something, but wouldn't have killed him.
Anything else?
His wife. My brother was a wealthy man, Mr. Diamond. His wife will inherit everything. Ranch, cattle, all worth about $8 or $10 million.
You think she had something to do with his death?
You tell me, Mr. Diamond.
I called Helen, told her I was off to Oak Mulvey, promised I'd send her a couple of Navajos or whatever they had out there. Then I took Clay Baxter over to my flat and threw a few things into a suitcase.
Oklahoma's dry.
So's Richard Diamond.
Might get arrested.
I don't want to leave it here.
Wouldn't make any difference if it was empty, would it?
No.
Got a couple of glasses?
A fifth usually adds up to a full evening, but that's only when Clay Baxter isn't around. When he poured one for the road, the water line receded 6 inches. I had a quick one, and he finished it.
How'd that soldier?
How do you feel?
Oh, lively.
Why don't we forget the plane? You just start running for the window, and I'll climb on. Oak Mulvey, Oklahoma. Population 17,091, according to the last census, and very hot in August. Baxter's station wagon's waiting at the airport, and the driver took us into town, where I was introduced to the local law.
This here's Sheriff Billings.
How are you, Sheriff?
Jim, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective from New York.
Howdy, Diamond.
Howdy.
Private detective, huh?
Oh, I've been called other things.
Still ain't satisfied, huh, Clay?
Not yet. And you ain't either, and you know it, Jim.
How about it, Sheriff? You think Mr. Baxter's brother was killed deliberately?
Coroner says it was an accident. Hit his head on a rock.
That ain't what Mr. Diamond asked.
Well, Will Baxter was a pretty good rider, but he could have been thrown.
I know.
All the evidence says he was. Could see plain where his horse bolted.
What could have made his horse shy?
Snake, maybe.
Not that horse, and you know it, Jim.
Well, maybe stepped in a chuck hole. He was limping right bad when he got back to the barn.
No signs of anyone else near the body?
Well, when I got there, some of Will's boys had already ridden out.
Who found him?
A couple old miners. Luke and Phineas Merriweather.
Well, let's go out to the ranch, Mr. Baxter, and take another look at the spot where your brother died.
Will Baxter's ranch is 40 miles from here, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd like to go out to my place and freshen up a bit first. You go ahead and shave and shower. I'm going to go build me a drink.
Hey, this is quite a place, Mr. Baxter.
Glad you like it. Take a swim in the pool if you'd want, but watch out for the catfish.
Catfish?
I'm a bachelor. Don't use the pool much, and I don't usually have guests. Love catfish for dinner, so I keep them in the pool.
I caught a guy once floating bodies in his bathtub.
You don't say. Funny, Harvey.
I showered and shaved and met Baxter out by the pool where he was feeding his catfish. I watched a pound of liver disappear like lychee nuts in the Tong War, and we all headed back to town where we picked up Sheriff Billings. 40 miles later, we pulled up in front of the late Will Baxter's ranch. A little different architecture, but just as impressive as my client's.
Clay. Afternoon, Sheriff.
Oh, Wilma.
Afternoon, Wilma.
Wilma, this here's Mr. Richard Diamond. Wilma Baxter, my brother's wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Private detective. Come up from New York.
Oh? Well, why don't we all go in the house? It's too hot out here.
Mr. Diamond wants to go out and look at the spot where Will got himself killed.
Certainly. Have one of the boys fix you up with some horses. When you're done, why not stop back for dinner?
Mr. Diamond's eating with me, and he's going to be pretty busy for a while.
Now, I'll give you a rain check, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, thank you.
I'd like you to tell me about New York. It's been a long time, and I've almost forgotten what it's like.
Let's go, Jim. It's getting late.
Bye, Mr. Diamond. Nice meeting you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter.
Seems all broken up, don't she?
Yeah. Where was she when her husband got killed?
Perfect alibi. In town all day. A lot of people saw her. Mighty fine-looking woman.
Mighty. We all rode down to the stables, and one of the hands saddled up 3 horses, and we started out across the open desert. For a man who had spent all his life riding around in taxicabs, the experience was just short of agonizing.
Just up ahead, Diamond.
Swell.
Never rode much, did you?
No, I always bounce like this. Like to make my money belt jingle.
Well, here it is. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Well, here's where they found the body.
Now, what did he hit his head on?
That rock right there.
Mm-hmm. Did you take an impression of the wound to see if it matched?
Nope.
Well, why not?
Never thought about it.
Well, that's a pretty good reason. Anyway, let's dig that rock out and take it back with us. I spent the next minutes limping around looking for something and came up with nothing except a longing for a hot Epsom salts bath. We dug up the large rock and took it back with us to Wilma Baxter's ranch.
Whoa!
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Frank. This here's Mr. Diamond, Frank. Diamond, this is Frank Kelly, the ranch foreman.
Howdy. Detective fella, huh? Miss Baxter told me about you. Said you was doing some investigating.
Yes, sirree. Scientific investigation. The way the city boys do it.
What you going to do with that rock?
Hopscotch. Oh, on second thought, I think we'll take turns untying the knots in my back.
Good warm shower and you'll feel fit as a fiddle.
Well, I got a good start. I'm shaped like one.
You'll find it a little bit rough out here, Diamond.
Oh, I'll get used to it, Mr. Kelly.
I hope you're right. Ain't much like the big city.
Oh? Just what is the big city like, Mr. Kelly?
I ain't never been there. Just what I've noticed. Looks like a man can get pretty soft living in the city.
Well, I'd like to show you where I was brought up sometime, Mr. Kelly. We never got around to playing cowboy, though. We were too busy kicking each other's teeth out.
See you later, Mr. Baxter. So long, Sheriff.
I don't think Frank likes you, Diamond.
Well, what about Will Baxter's horse? I can take a look at him.
Right over there in that stall.
Really pulled up lame.
Oh, good horse. Never figured to shy at anything.
Man, look at that.
His hip's swollen.
Yeah, really twisted something. Steady, boy. Steady.
Hey, that looks like an infection.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It kind of does.
What are you getting at, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'm not getting into thing, Mr. Baxter. I just said it looked like an infection.
Yeah, we better tell Mrs. Baxter or Frank. Have someone take care of it.
Tell me, boys, if you jabbed a horse with something, would that make him bolt? Come on, I want to get back to town and talk with the coroner.
Now, look here, Jim. Ain't my word good enough?
Why, sure it is, Coroner, but Clay hired Mr. Diamond to do some investigating, and he's doing it.
Clay, I tell you, your brother died from natural causes.
I don't think so.
But if you insist, I'll show this detective fella the body.
I want the head wound matched with this rock.
Okay, but the mortuary ain't going to like it. They got him all ready to bury.
The coroner led me across the street and into a funeral parlor where I took a look at the late Will Baxter. 6 years with the 5th Precinct homicide and a couple of dozen killings should have conditioned me. But like always, the first look shakes something loose in the middle of my stomach, and I have to keep swallowing hard.
Looks right natural, don't he, Clay?
Yeah.
They do a good job here.
Bully for them.
And he hit his head right here. Concussion, plain and simple.
No other marks or bruises?
No.
While the coroner rolled the late Will Baxter into one of the back rooms and made a comparison with the head wound and the rock we'd brought in from the ranch, we went out on the front porch for some air. I lit a cigarette and thought about an old case I'd worked on 5 or 6 years before.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Doc. Big uni all right?
Funny thing.
Head wound doesn't match the rock.
Sure doesn't. Wound is too deep. Rock's round and flat. Nothing sticking up to go that deep.
Then I want an autopsy.
Why? Fracture still killed him?
I doubt it. When someone plans a murder, they don't count on one blow to do the trick.
Bet there's nothing else that could have done it.
Well, nothing you can see. I've met someone here in Okmulgee that I'm pretty sure is wanted for another killing very similar to this. Now, Doc, go make that autopsy, and fast.
You think maybe you found something, Diamond? You think Will was killed deliberately?
Maybe, but we'll have to wait for the autopsy. In the meantime, I'd like to go out and visit those two old-timers.
Luke and Phineas?
That's right, Sheriff.
Well, it's mighty dangerous. Come on, I'll take you out.
You better wait here for the report. Mr. Baxter and I will go on out.
All right, you can use my horses, so you won't have to go all the way back to the ranch.
Horses?
Well, the Merriweathers are on the other side of town, not about 10 miles, no roads.
Oh, horses, 10 miles. I may never play kick the can again.
You really don't take to horses, do you, Diamond?
Maybe if you could find me a nice, long, thin one. Holy Ike. Whoa, steady.
That's one of the Merriweathers.
Well, let's get out of here. Come on, horse. Now, come on, I'm yelling, I admit it.
Now, it's okay, Diamond. That's just the boys' way of letting you know not to come any farther, unless they say so.
Oh, swell greetings. What happens now?
Hey, up there! Luke! In here!
What you want?
It's Clay Baxter. I got a friend here who wants to talk to you.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? Hey, Baxter. Got some friend who wants to palaver. I don't feel like palavering. Better shoot him.
Giddy up. Just take it easy. Take it easy. They always act like this.
Phineas don't want to palaver. I gotta shoot you if you don't promote.
It's important. About my brother.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? It's about his brother, the dead one we found t'other day. Oh, all right, I guess. Let one of them come up. Baxter?
Yeah, Luke?
Send your friend on up.
And up I went, leaving my better judgment running off across the desert. I climbed a small hill and found myself standing at the entrance of an old mine shaft. Luke and Phineas and Merriweather stood on either side, shotguns ready, pointed right at my chest.
Start talking.
Well, gentlemen, my name is Diamond.
Don't pay no import to names. What do you want?
Just wanted to ask some questions about the man you found the other day.
You a policeman?
Well, kind of.
Shoot him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not a real policeman.
Then what are you?
I'm a private detective.
Luke? Yeah.
What's the matter? It's an honest profession. Fellow's got to make a living.
You a real live private detective?
Well, I'm a private detective. The real live part I'm depending on.
Well, my goodness gracious. Come on in and have some victuals.
Huh?
Why, mister, me and Finney read all them stories about you fellas.
Uh-huh.
We filled up one whole tunnel with old detective magazines. You fellas really are something.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Let's see your badge.
Oh, yeah. Sure. There you are.
Oh, me?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be dogged. Come on in, friend. Come on in. I'd like to ask you some questions about this here Dick Tracy fella.
Well, 1 minute I'd faced 2 shotguns. The next I was turned into an honored guest. I had coffee and biscuits with Luke and Phineas and answered enough questions about the private detective business to fill a dime novel of my own. I squeezed in enough questions to find out that the boys hadn't seen or found anything unusual when they discovered Will Baxter's body. 4 cups of coffee and a dozen biscuits later, I bid the Merriweathers a fond farewell and returned to Clay Baxter.
They loved you?
Oh, worshipped me. They're starting a Richard Diamond fan club.
Well, did you find out anything?
No.
Well, give me your hand. I'll help you up on your horse.
Oh, couldn't I just walk back? Come on, horse. Hold still. Steady, boy. Clay Baxter, sitting in his saddle, had leaned down and grabbed my hand to help me up on my horse, and that was when he got it. His horse took out with the wounded man still up and hanging on. I booted my horse in the ribs. Oh! I took off after Baxter like citation on a good day. I closed my eyes, prayed a little, and tried to remember every jockey I'd ever seen before. Suddenly, I looked up and spotted Baxter's horse dead ahead, standing still and right in my path. Whoa! Oh!
I guess it's just my time. If I don't die from this bullet I got in me, I'm going to do it from laughing.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right. Collarbone. Didn't break anything. How do you feel, Mr. Diamond?
Crippled.
Any idea who shot Clay?
No.
Clay said he thought it might have been the Merriweather boys.
No, it couldn't have been.
Why not?
No, the Merriweather boys use shotguns, not rifles. What about that autopsy, Doc? Well, come on. What about it?
You was right. Will Baxter didn't die from a skull fracture.
What was it?
You know what was used for sure? A long, thin instrument. Whoever did it pulled the lower eyelid down, killed Will Baxter by jabbing something through the eye into his brain.
Probably hit him over the head to knock him off the horse, and then got down and made sure.
And then jabbed his horse in the flank to make him bolt.
Nasty way to kill him, eh?
That's been done before. It's not a man's way of killing.
Wilma Baxter was in town all day.
When Clay comes around, tell him I borrowed his station wagon.
Going out to see Wilma?
Going out to her ranch. I want to take another look at Will Baxter's lame horse. And, Doc, I want to borrow a pair of surgical probes. I climbed into the station wagon. Close to an hour later, I pulled up on the side of the road. The gate to the ranch house was another 100 yards up ahead. So I piled out, climbed the tall white fence, and slipped into the barn. Steady, fella. Steady. Steady. The horse's left flank was still swollen and very close to a serious infection. I ran my hand over the spot. Steady, boy. There was something still stuck in the flesh, so I used the surgical probes and prayed the horse wouldn't kick my brains out. Whoa. Steady, boy. Steady. There. Sorry, fellow.
I didn't know you were a vet, Mr. Diamond.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Baxter.
You know, in this part of the country, you can get shot for horse stealing.
Oh, not stealing. Just taking this out of your horse's flank.
What is it?
That's a piece of a long needle. Might be a hat pin or something.
I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Oh, certainly. Your husband was murdered.
That's impossible.
Suit yourself, but he was. Somebody hit him over the head, knocked him from his horse, jabbed this needle into his eye, then jabbed it into the horse's flank so the horse would pull up lame, look like he'd shied. The killer tried to shoot me this evening, but he missed and got Clay Baxter instead.
Who do you think did this?
I don't know. The method doesn't fit a man.
A woman, then?
Well, the blow on the back of the head rules out a woman. Too much force.
What have you got left?
What I started with. A man. And a woman.
It's a very interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. You're from New York, aren't you?
I've been there.
I thought so. Your face is familiar.
I haven't been in New York in at least 10 years, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, funny. Well, I've got to go out to the Merriweathers.
Are those two old miners who found my husband?
Mm-hmm. They saw the murderer.
What?
Yeah, that's why I know how it was done. I was out there earlier, and I've got to go back after a sworn statement.
Well, why didn't they speak up before this?
Afraid. Said it was none of their business. See you later, Mrs. Baxter.
Have another biscuit, Inspector?
No thanks, fellas. 10's plenty.
So Will Baxter was murdered, huh?
That's right, and Mrs. Baxter thinks you two saw who did the killing.
Gonna lay a trap, huh?
Yes, Luke, gonna lay a trap. Now, look, I remembered Mrs. Baxter from someplace the first time I saw her. Then when I found out how the murder was committed, I recalled a case very similar back in New York. Man was hit over the head, pushed down a flight of stairs, and his brain pierced by a hat pin. A man actually did it, but a woman planned it. The man was caught, but the woman disappeared.
Why'd they do it?
The victim was insured. They wanted to make it look like an accident. Well, come on, we better spread out. We should have company pretty soon. The two old-timers took off their coats and gave me some beat-up pants, which I stuffed with pillows and blankets. In 5 minutes flat, I had two dummies sitting with me at the little table.
You think they'll fall for it?
Well, you can't tell, but you two go on outside and wait till somebody comes in. I just want him to try for one of the dummies.
Well, what if he tries for you?
Killjoy. Luke and Phineas took their place outside the mine, and I smoked a dozen cigarettes, and then I heard someone coming in, moving quietly up the tunnel toward the light. I played it big. Well, that's fine, Phineas. Now, if you'll just sign this statement. I rolled, and the dummy that represented Phineas Merriweather doubled over from the force of the slug. He shot again, and Luke's dummy toppled. I kicked the lamp out before he got around to yours truly.
2 down and 1 to go, Diamond.
I'm afraid I got a big surprise for you, friend.
I ain't worried.
You should be. That wasn't even close. You're a lousy shot.
Yeah?
You missed earlier this evening and got Clay Baxter instead.
I'll make up for it.
No, you won't, Frank. Drop it. You heard him drop it.
Okay, all right. Don't shoot.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get the light. Yeah.
Well, hey, it's that Kelly fella.
Yeah, you're getting way out of line for a ranch foreman, Kelly.
Give it to him, Mr. Diamond.
Who had you kill Will Baxter? You know, Kelly, you said something today about getting soft in the city. Wonder just how soft I've gotten.
Maybe you'd like to find out.
Turn him loose, boys.
Yes, sir.
Go on now, go to it, Mr. Diamond.
I don't like getting shot at. It makes me real unhappy when anyone runs around killing people.
No, go on, stop him, go on.
Shut up, Finny, and let him fight.
Now, Kelly, why'd you kill Will Baxter?
Wilma Baxter talked me into it. Promised me a share of the range.
And for that, you killed a man, huh?
It's a big range.
Oh, get up.
Sure hate to see you leave, Mr. Diamond.
I hate to go myself, boys. Love them biscuits.
Maybe we'll get up and see you in New York sometime.
Hey, Kelly's coming, too. Doesn't like being tied to a horse like that, I guess.
Finny.
Yeah, Luke?
Fella's coming, too. Hit him with something.
Sure.
Richard Diamond, private detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure, with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Maldick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right. Cut out that yelling. What's all the excitement?
Well, I went to a party last night, Abbott. There were 30 girls there. Not one of them would dance with me or even talk to me.
You didn't have any fun then?
No, I was as lonesome as Fed Ellen on Sunday night.
I thought you were such a big shot with the girls. I don't believe you ever had a girl.
Oh, yes, I did, Abbott. I had a very beautiful little blonde once, and everything was swell until one day she ran off to Florida. She married a guy, and now she has 5 children. After that, we just sort of drifted apart.
She had... Why don't you speak to my wife, Lou? She was a nice girl.
No. Your wife don't like me, Abbott.
Well, if you hang around with her more, you'll find me. You'll eventually get into her skin.
Well, I guess one more lump won't hurt her.
How can you talk that way about my wife? Remember the first night you met her?
Yes. The minute she walked in the room, I said, there's either an ugly woman or a good-looking man.
Costello, you know you're getting more stupid every day.
Gee, thanks, Abbott. I'm glad to know I'm not stagnating.
Oh, get him.
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
What's that thing you've got under your arm?
That's my new Harry Truman rifle.
The Harry Truman rifle?
Yes, a .48 repeater.
What happened to you last night? I called your house and you weren't home.
Well, I went to the movies, Abbott. I saw one of those old-time pictures. It was all about the Romans. They had a chariot race in it, and it was won by a guy named Ben-Hur.
Yeah. You dummy, you mean Ben-Hur, not him, her.
They were all dressed up in them bed sheets. You couldn't tell the hymns from the hers.
Well, if you'd gone to school, Lou, you'd known the story of Ben-Hur.
Did you go to school, Abbott?
Oh, certainly. I started in nursery school, then I went to kindergarten.
So what? I started in nursery school. I went to kindergarten.
And I went from kindergarten to grammar school.
So what? I went to kindergarten to grammar school.
I went from grammar school to high school.
You think there'll be a shortage of meatballs this summer?
Costello, you've got the brain of a monkey.
I'll bet you have not.
Yeah? What do you want to bet?
15 bananas. Trying to insinuate that I'm ignorant? Abbott, you're nothing but a Hollywood character.
Oh, what's a Hollywood character?
A jerk with a personality.
I'll ignore that remark because of your ignorance.
Who's ignorant? When I went to school, I specialized in history. I can name off all the most important dates in history.
All right, go ahead. Name some important dates.
Oh, I will. There's 1492, 1776, 1812, 1917, Rita Hayworth.
Now, wait a minute. Rita Hayworth is not an important date.
Ali Khan seems to think so.
Costello, why don't you listen to me? Take my advice once in a while. I'm your friend. I realize that you're an idiot, and I want to assist you, Lou.
What good can you do me? You're just an assistant to an idiot.
Well, just look at you. You're dumpy, you're squatty.
Now, hold it, Abbott.
What do you mean?
Hold it.
What do you
I'll
mean?
go for so much, and that's all. Now, it's not my fault that I didn't grow tall like the other boys. When I was a little boy over in Scotland, I used to play the bagpipes, but it gave me pneumonia.
Wait a minute. Now, look. Wait a minute. How could playing the bagpipes give you pneumonia?
There was a leak in the bag, and the air kept blowing up my kilts. Instead of wearing a whisk broom in front of my kilts like the rest of the Scotsmen, I had to wear a hot water bottle.
Well, you must have had a very poor childhood, Costello.
I did have it. We were very poor. My mother had to work, and she had to take in washing. She had to scrub office floors. She worked as a blacksmith. She drove an oil truck. And one time for 3 years, she worked in the daytime as a waitress and worked at night in a coal mine.
What did your father do?
He kept the books.
Well, I guess you had a pretty tough time when you were a kid.
Yes, I'll never forget the day my mother made my first pair of long pants. It had 12 buttons down the back and 4 pockets in the front.
What did she make them out of?
My father's old vest. I was the only kid in school that had a watch fob hanging from a knee.
Were you very popular with the other kids in school, Lou?
Oh, I was a pitcher on a baseball team. What a pitcher I was. I had a drop ball, a slow ball, a curve ball.
Did you have a screwball?
That was before I met you, Abbott.
You dummy, you ought to be back in school right now.
For your information, Abbott, I'm keeping steady company with a red-headed school teacher.
What does she teach?
She has a high school class of men all over 40 years old.
40-year-old man? Why don't they go to college?
When she gets through teaching them, there's nothing else to learn.
Running around with a school teacher. Why don't you find a nice girl and get married?
I'm going to, Abbott, as soon as I get some money.
Money. Costello, don't worry about money. Do you realize what money is? Money is the root of all evil. Money is an invention of the devil. Money is filthy lucre. Money causes misery. Money. That's what I think of money.
May the Bank of America have mercy on your soul.
Costello, you don't need money. What you need is the love of a good woman. Find another girl like my wife, Betty.
You mean there's another girl like your wife, Betty?
Costello, I love my wife. My Betty's a real cookie.
Your wife is a cookie?
That's right.
Abbott, you just set baking back 20 years.
You'd be lucky to get a girl like my wife. My Betty is always straight from the shoulder.
Who wants a girl that's straight from the shoulder? I like a girl that curves.
Uncle Bud, something terrible just happened to me.
And this is really his Uncle Bud, and this is the nephew. We don't kid about it. He's got to work. Abbott's nephew. Pay attention to what he says, folks. This may be his last performance.
What is it, Norman? Nephew Norman? Why are you so excited?
Uncle Bud, when I was coming through the pass in the mountains, a mountain lion jumped right in the car beside me.
Yes, then what happened?
The lion killed me!
Wait a minute, Norman. You're not dead. Stop crying. You're working on the Abbott and Costello show. You're still living.
You call this living?
Really, though, sincerely, there goes a brilliant boy. His brain is on a slow boat to the Mayo Brothers.
Now, you lay off, Norman. He's a very intelligent boy. He's always studying and reading. It wouldn't hurt you to do a little reading once in a while.
Oh, Abbott, I do plenty of reading. When I was 7 years old, I started my first book, Little Red Riding Hood. I rented it from the library. The last time I'll ever rent a book from the library.
Well, didn't you like Little Red Riding Hood?
Abbott, up to now, I owe that library $2,800. And Little Red Riding Hood has yet to meet the wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood. Why don't you read some of the newer books?
I just bought Gypsy Rose Lee's new book. It's a story of her life.
Well, what does Gypsy Rose Lee call her new book?
The Leg and I.
Why don't you read something educational, Lou?
I am, Abbott. I just bought a book on inventions. It tells all about new gadgets. I bought one yesterday for my Aunt May.
What kind of a gadget did you buy for your Aunt May?
It's a new girl that's made from surplus paratrooper's harness. And it's a handy little thing. At night, she doesn't have to undress.
She doesn't?
No, she just jumps off the top of the dresser and pulls the ripcord.
That's ridiculous. But, hey, I understand you're working on some kind of a silly invention yourself.
And my invention is all finished, too, Abbott. It's a new kind of perfume. And all the girls in Hollywood are going to go crazy about it.
All the girls in Hollywood are going crazy about your perfume? Why?
It smells like money. Gave a bottle of it to my Aunt May. Boy, did it make her popular.
Your Aunt May was never popular.
Is that so? Back in Patterson, New Jersey, she was so popular, every guy in town used to drink champagne out of her slipper.
And what did it get her?
She's got the only big toe in the world that belongs to Alcoholics Anonymous. Mister, what's going on here?
That's this darn kid of mine. He won't eat his spinach. Junior, you've got to eat your spinach.
I ain't going to do it. I don't like spinach.
Well, you eat your spinach this Saturday, I'll make you go to see Abbott and Costello's picture, Mexican Hayride.
No, you can't do that to me. I'll eat my spinach till my father can't do that.
Abbott, I'd like to take that kid over to Santa Anita Saturday.
What for?
I want to drop him in a claiming race.
Oh, hello, boy.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Viola.
Viola, you look very lovely tonight.
Viola, I understand that you and Costello had a date last night. Where'd you go?
Well, Costello had a terrible time making up his mind where to take me.
Well, you see, I was trying to make up my mind between Ciro's and the Macombo. But we finally went.
Where?
To a hamburger stand between Ciro's and the Macombo.
Well, don't you worry, Viola. After we're married, things will be different. We'll have lots of little ones, and they'll all look like me.
Oh, gee, I'd always planned on having children.
I'd planned on having a few laughs here. Are you sure you're reading the same script?
Lou, you shouldn't be jealous of me. I don't want to be a comedian. I don't want to make people laugh.
Okay, then you read my lines.
Costello, you can't be funny without me. You need me. Why, where would Edgar Bergen be without Charlie McCoffey? Where would Amos be without Andy?
That's true.
Certainly. One thing goes with the other. Like Dorothy L'Amour. Where would she be without her sarong?
I don't know, but I sure would like to be there.
Costello, I think you're girl crazy. I'm not the girl for you.
But, Viola, you can't leave me. What would I do without you?
Don't worry about that. I'll fix you up with a girlfriend of mine. Oh, you'll be just crazy about this girl. When she meets you, she'll rush over and she'll throw her arms around you like this.
Yes.
And she'll squeeze you like this.
Yes.
And she'll kiss you like this. And this. And this. And this. There. Now, what do you think of that?
When am I going to meet this girl?
Viola, why don't you take pity on Costello and marry him? Then you'll be known as Mrs. Louis G. Costello.
G? Oh, what does the G stand for, Costello?
Don't you tell her, Rabbit.
Come on now. What does it stand for? George?
No, I don't want to tell you.
Oh, come on, Costello. What does the G stand for?
Oh, do I have to tell you?
Yes.
Stands for Gloria.
Gloria?
Yes, my mother always wanted a girl, and my father didn't have the heart to tell her.
Viola, why don't you forget Costello and come to the movies tonight and see our latest picture, Mexican Hayride?
Oh, thanks, Bud, but I saw the picture already.
Oh, you did? Tell me. How did you like my acting?
Well, it was...
I'd
say... Well, let me put it this way.
Sure.
You know how Van Johnson has that dramatic touch?
Oh, yes.
And how Clark Gable has that forceful personality?
Yes.
And how Gregory Peck gives that little artistic extra something.
Yeah. But what about me?
Costello, can you drive a taxi cab?
Now get this girl out of here, will you? Come on.
That's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
The spotlight turns to Hal Winters, our singing star. Here he is with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
I caught you, sir, having a look at her as she went strolling by. Now, didn't your heart beat boom, 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 and didn't you sigh a sigh? I warn you, sir, don't start to dream of her. Just bid such thoughts be gone, or it'll be boom, 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 boom. From then on, for once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever fascinated by her, sets your heart afire to say, once you're kissed by Amy, tear up your list, it's Amy. Ply her with bonbons, poetry and flowers, moon a million hours away. You might be quite the fickle-hearted rover, so carefree and bold, who loves a girl and later thinks it over, and just quits cold. But once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever sweetly you romance her. Trouble is, the answer will be that Amy'd rather stay in love with me.
Hey, Costello, come here. How did you get your clothes so dirty? Just look at your coat. It's torn and your shirt is ripped and...
That ain't my fault, Abbott.
Right.
I was out on one of my Sam Shovel detective cases last night. I investigated a case of a robbery at the fraternity house in UCLA. But I miscalculated. Got into one of the girls' dormitories.
How did you manage to do that?
By careful miscalculation.
Costello, instead of running around nights on those silly Sam Shovel cases, you should stay home.
Oh, I do stay home a lot, Abbott. Every night last week I stayed home. I cleaned the house. I got a terrible servant problem. I find it very difficult to hold a maid.
Now, what makes it so difficult for you to hold a maid?
My mother keeps walking in the room.
Never mind that. I understand you took your brother Pat to the movies last night.
Oh, yes. But I ain't taking Pat to the movies no more. He acts very strange. The minute we got into the movie, Pat put his hat under the seat.
Well, what's strange about that? What's the men put their hat under the seat?
While their head is still in it.
Oh, talk sense. Hey, wait a minute. Come here. What is that big manuscript you're carrying under your arm?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, but it's a book that I wrote.
A book you wrote?
It's the first chapter. The hero is threatened by a mad doctor who tries to remove his head. In the second chapter, he meets a demented butcher who tries to put him in a meat grinder. Then it ends where three maniacs tie him to a tree and a squadron of wild woodpeckers peck holes in him. But nobody wants to publish it.
Why not?
I guess people are sick of them mushy love stories.
What is your Sam Shovel detective story about tonight?
Well, tonight I do one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the photographer who was stuck up in a dark room, or he was caught with his prints down.
Well, sounds terrible, but let's do it.
And now, the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Bebop Bubble Bath. Friends, would you like bubbles in your bathtub? You would? Well, why not call up Bubbles and see if she needs a bath? Ladies, try Bebop Bubble Bath. We don't ask you to buy the large size, mind you. Just try a trial size package. It contains a 7-year supply. You'll find that if you use Bebop Bubble Bath every day for 7 years, you'll have skin just like a baby. A baby alligator. Listen to what people all over the country are saying about Bebop Bubble Bath. In Kansas.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In New Jersey.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Oregon.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Virginia.
Give me liberty or give me death.
That Patrick Henry never gives up. And now the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath bring you your favorite thriller mystery. Here he is, Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. The detective business has been mighty slow lately. Last night, having nothing to do, I went to a big public library and buried my nose in a book. This morning, I had a heck of a job finding it. I forgot what book I buried it in. Here comes my secretary now.
Did you call me, Mr. Shovel?
Don't be silly. Why should I call you Mr. Shovel? My name is Mr. Shovel. By the way, Miss Jones, did you find the file on that crook Joe Kirk?
What's his name?
Who?
Joe Kirk.
Never heard of him. Miss Jones, you and I have got to work late in the office tonight. Are you prepared?
Oh, yes. I brought my brass knuckles, my fencing mask, and a baseball bat.
Clever girl. She's so stylish. She was voted one of the 10 best-dressed women in Azusa. That's not so remarkable when you consider there's only 9 other women in Azusa. Suddenly, the inter-office communication system buzzes. It's my secretary. She speaks.
Mr. Shovel, there are 2 men here to see you about a case. Mr. Cohen and Chief Lightfoot Running Deer.
I'll see the Indian first.
Go in now, Mr. Cohen.
The cops have certainly got their hands full these days. Full of 5s, 10s, 20s. I think of my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. Abbott has been on the police force for 20 years. He knows which side his bread is buttered on. He can take any piece of bread and say, this side is buttered.
Sam, I'm on the trail of Zeke, the hillbilly moonshiner, burglar.
Lieutenant Abbott, I'll be glad to help you. What do you want?
Well, you've seen Zeke. Give me a thumbnail description of him.
Well, he uses liquid polish, and his cuticle is pushed way back.
Sam, I want you to go with me to the Ozarks. I've got to capture Zeke. It'll be a dangerous trip. Those hillbillies are strange people. They're always arguing, shooting and farming.
Yep, shooting, fighting, and fertilizing.
Come on, Sam, we're heading for the hill.
Lieutenant Abbott and I arrived in the hillbilly country.
Sam, these hillbillies are strange people, but you'll have to admit they're solid citizens. They've got both feet on the ground.
They've got to have both feet on the ground. They don't wear shoes. I read in the papers where a 75-year-old hillbilly wanted to marry a girl 9 years old.
Did he marry her?
Nope, his parents objected. They didn't want him marrying a girl who'd been divorced 3 times.
Wait a minute, Sam. Here comes a bunch of hillbillies. Let's ask them if they know where Zeke is.
Howdy, strangers. I'm Jim Hartfield. These here are my sons.
I'm Sam Shovel, the detective, and this is Lieutenant Abbott.
Boys, say hello to the strangers. Lem?
Do.
Clem? Bert?
Sir?
Bert went to military school.
I don't like the looks of these guys, Abbott. The skinny one has got an ear of corn and 2 pumpkins.
So what? They're farmers, and farmers have corn and pumpkins.
Thrown out of their heads?
Well, gotta go now. We're working on a farm. 2 weeks ago, we dug a hole. Last week, we dropped the seed in it. And today, we're going to cover it up.
Do you always work that hard?
Yeah. Except when the weather gets bad, then it slows us up a little. So long.
Boy, is that guy lazy. If he was a chicken, eggs and television sets would be the same price.
Never mind him, Sam. We've got to find Zeke, the moonshiner. Hey, look over there behind those bushes. There's Zeke's. There's Zeke. The moonshiner's still. Come on.
Hey, look. There's Zeke. He's making corn liquor. He's jumping up and down on the corn, crushing it.
Hold on there, Zeke. We've got you covered. You're under arrest. Stop mashing that corn with your feet. What are you doing?
I'm making some 90 proof corn liquor. And tomorrow I'm going to make some that's 100 proof.
How do you do that?
For that, I take off my shoes.
Zeke, how do you make that corn liquor?
Well, first I mash up the corn. Then I dump in a gallon of turpentine. Then a gallon of Clorox. And 2 quarts of juniper juice.
Don't you put no alcohol in it?
Why? Ruin the taste?
Zeke, we're taking you to jail. Sam, grab some of that moonshine for evidence. And you better taste it to make sure we got the right stuff.
Lieutenant Abbott, you know I never touch the stuff.
So you're a brave detective, eh? Sam Chevrolet. Go ahead, you coward. Taste it. That stuff will grow hair on your chest.
He's only kidding, Sam. Go ahead and taste it.
Okay.
Sam! Speak to me, Sam.
Don't stand there, Lieutenant. Call a barber. This hair is so thick I can't see where I'm going. Get me out of here!
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final fling, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
Costello, why don't you tell the folks about your next week's Sam Shovel story?
Folks, my Sam Shovel story takes place in a chewing gum factory. I call it the case of the beautiful blonde who fell into a vat of soft gum, or there's good chews tonight.
Yes, and our writers are working on the case right now. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Raggaway, and Len Stern.
And our producer is Charles Bandit. Be sure to be with us next Thursday night.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night, come on. Aunt May, Uncle Mike, Uncle Tom, Aunt Eva.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.